Roger. Copy, Gina, very stable and no noticeable oscillations. Very good.
And personally, we want to let you know that it was a beautiful launch, and from where we were, and of course those folks in Florida had a great show. And all of us here are pretty envious of your view as you pop through that cloud deck.
Okay, copy. And if you wanted a bottoms report, we went in at about 20,000 and out about a nanosecond later.
That's what we expected.
With today's final launch of the Space Shuttle, we turn the page on a remarkable period of America's history in space, while beginning the next chapter in our nation's extraordinary story of exploration. From the early exploits of Daniel Boone, Lewis and Clark, and Robert Peary, to the breakthrough journeys of Alan Shepard and John Glenn, Americans have always been a curious people, bold enough to imagine new worlds, ingenious enough to chart a course to them, and courageous enough to go for it. And the gifts of knowledge and innovation that we have brought back from the unknown have played their part in the building of our more perfect union. Some say that this final shuttle mission will mark the end of America's 50 years of dominance in human spaceflight. As a former astronaut and the current NASA administrator, I want to make clear that American leadership in space will continue for at least the next half century because we've laid the foundation for success. And for us at NASA, failure is not an option. Over 3 decades, the shuttle has brought this nation many firsts and many, many proud moments. It has helped the United States to maintain its leadership in space. It has vastly increased our knowledge about launch systems, which we'll apply to the next generation of space transportation. It opened the door to space for men and women of all races. It united our globe with communication satellites and helped us learn how to repair them in orbit. It launched science missions and brought the hundreds of research experiments to the International Space Station, which will be the centerpiece for our human spaceflight activities into the future. I know the transition from our flagship program to a new chapter in human spaceflight has not been easy. Change never is. I want to thank the NASA workforce for its dedication and professionalism. What you have accomplished continues to amaze the world, and we've only just begun. Tomorrow's destinations will inspire new generations of explorers, and the shuttle pioneers have made the next chapter of human spaceflight possible. President Obama is asking us to harness that American spirit of innovation, the drive to solve problems and create capabilities that is so embedded in our story and has led us to the moon, the great observatories, and to humans living and working in space. That American ingenuity is alive and well, and it will fire up our economy and help us win the future. Thank you, and Godspeed to Atlantis and her crew.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a very joyous day, the STS-135 post-launch news conference after the successful launch of Space Shuttle Atlantis today before near record crowds in the Space Coast area. I believe that we have 1,535 news media here in attendance, and it looks like we crammed as many of you folks in the room as we possibly could today. Thank you very much for coming. We would like to begin things with by introducing the members of our panel, and then we'll have opening comments, and then we'll be happy to take your questions. To my immediate left is Mr. Bill Gerstenmaier, NASA Associate Administrator for Space Operations.
Good afternoon.
Bob Cabana, Kennedy Space Center Director.
Hi.
Mike Moses, Space Shuttle Program Launch Integration Manager and the Chairman of the Pre-Launch Mission Management Team.
Good afternoon.
And Mike Leinbach, Space Shuttle Launch Director.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Mr. Gerstenmaier.
Thanks, Mike. What a truly awesome day today. We got to witness something really, really special and something really amazing. And you may think that sometimes I talk about the hardware, but I'm really talking about the teams and the people that supported that launch that just occurred. What you saw is the finest launch team and shuttle preparation teams in the world that got this vehicle ready to go fly. You got to see the team perform everything we've asked them to perform over these years. The vehicle had a tremendous launch. The teams worked flawlessly, even the last minute to hold at 31 seconds. They worked through that with tremendous professionalism and got this launch off today. So just congratulations to the KSC team. I can't thank you enough for everything you have done for us. Everything I've asked this team to do here at KSC, they have done, and they've done it superbly and beyond my highest expectations. So thank you to the KSC team. The JSC team and the ISS team, they've still got to get busy, as well as the crew on orbit. The docking will be on Sunday. It's a pretty busy mission. You'll see that activity on orbit that we're going to go through. We're going to try to extend the mission probably an extra day. They'll work that through the mission management team as things go on. But I urge you to follow the mission and watch what's going on with what is going on with ISS, and really take in and spend a little extra time to understand the research and the activities that are happening on ISS. And then we look forward to a landing here at KSC. So again, still a lot of work in front of us, but what an awesome and great start to the mission today. So again, thank you, and I look forward to your questions later. Bob?
Thanks, Bill. First off, I want to thank Bill Gerstenmaier for the leadership that he has provided human spaceflight from NASA headquarters. He truly has done an outstanding job. And John Shannon's not here today, but John, I can't think of a finer program manager for the shuttle program to close it out and see us get this last vehicle on orbit. And of course, last but not least, I want to thank the two Mikes here. I think they did a truly excellent job leading the team through this last launch, and we got a little dicey there a couple of times, but we found our way through it, and I'll let them talk about that. It truly was an awesome, spectacular launch. In my opinion, the only way it could have been better is if I'd have found a way to stow away on there somewhere, but unfortunately that didn't work out. I want to share with you what I shared with the launch team after the launch, and Bill kind of said it, but words can't express the gratitude I have for this team and the pride that I have in them. They are truly the most professional, the best, most outstanding technicians and engineers anywhere. And we owe them a great debt of thanks. They have just done a truly outstanding job in service to our country, and they've provided us with one heck of a ride for the last 30 years on the United States Shuttle program. And I just, they really need recognition. We're going to be going through a tough time. Change is hard, and we're going to have more folks walking out the door here in a few weeks. And, you know, they were and are performing their job absolutely flawlessly right up to the end, and that says a lot for them. It speaks to that professionalism. Change is difficult, but you can't do something else, you can't do something better unless you go through change. And all this talk about, you know, NASA's adrift, we don't have a plan. We do have a plan. We're enabling commercial space. We have the Commercial Crew Program here at Kennedy, supported by the Johnson Space Center in Houston. We have 4 folks under contract trying to build a vehicle that will take Americans to space, supporting our International Space Station that's still up there until at least 2020 with Americans on board, a human spaceflight program. And yes, we have to rely on rides on Russian rockets for a while, but we're implementing those plans to get a commercial U.S. capability to get our folks there. And we're working very hard on a heavy lift program that will allow us, again, to explore beyond our home planet. If you look out to Pad B, you know, you see a shuttle structure on Pad A, but let me tell you, Pad B is in a lot better shape than that shuttle structure. And even though you see stuff coming down on the top of the pad, what you don't see is what's inside. All new fiber optics, all new digital control systems, a new lightning protection system that even helped us clear the shuttle down on Pad A for the lightning strikes that we've had. State of the art. So a lot of progress is being made to prepare for this multi-user capability at KSC, a multi-user launch complex where we can have a heavy lift program that allows us to explore, and commercial programs also. We announced the MPCV as Orion to go on that big rocket. That hardware starts arriving here at the Cape later this year for the first test article. Soon we'll have an announcement on the exact architecture of the rocket to go along with that. And so we are making progress. We're doing all that we need to do to help move us forward. So, you know, the shuttle program has been truly phenomenal, and I take great pride in this team and thank them for all they've done. We still got a lot to do before it's over, and they're going to be doing a lot of work on orbit, and then we're going to bring them home safe, and I'm looking forward to that landing back here at the Cape and shaking their hands after a great mission. So to all of you, thanks for your support, and we are going to get through this, and we're going to do well. But awesome launch today. Mike?
Thanks, Bob. Let's see. After years of training to tell me to do things in the right order, I'll do something in the wrong order here. I'm going to start out my remarks by telling you Mike tells you a lot that he leads the best launch team in the world, and I'll include that the Ascent team back in Houston, and they are truly the best. It is an honor and a privilege to serve with you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate
The judgment they showed today, the leadership they showed today was absolutely amazing. So let me get back on track before I lose it. I'll talk about technical stuff, right? Because I'm good at that. So you saw these guys really perform. You know, it started yesterday. I don't even know what time I was getting ready to take a nap, and they called up and said we took a lightning strike pretty much on the pad, and the team had that cleared within about 4 hours. We knew we were good to go, press on with the count. We still had to do some data review, still had to dot some I's and cross some T's. Echoed that to about 2 years ago when I first, 2.5 years ago when I first started, we had a lightning strike about that same time frame, made us delay 24 hours. Play that back about 2 years before that, we had a lightning strike that made us delay about 2 days. So it really shows you how well the team takes the challenge of recognizing that there's something we're not quite the best at, and we'll go become the best at it. And we really showed that with the lightning strike clearing. The decision to go tank today, in face of that weather forecast with the odds we had against us all day and for the weekend, I thought was unbelievable leadership as well to take us down that path and let us try today, and it really did pay off. Mike's team worked a couple of good technical issues, a LOX pump acting up a little bit, and then just to make it really exciting at 31 seconds, the GOX vent arm. I'll let Mike tell you about, again, that was a great example of how well the team had prepared ahead of time. And then we just worked that weather all day long. And we ended up coming right down to the wire. The range weather hung right in there, was pretty good all day long. We really had the advantage of having the weather recon aircraft up there to go slice up the clouds to truly find out how thick they were, where they really were, look at where showers were popping up and not. And when it came right down to it, we end up right up against our RTLS rain shower rule, which says we don't want rain showers within 20 nautical miles of the landing site, the SLF, the shuttle landing facility. And on this day, we had a few showers that were still popping up in that circle. So we were, at the time, needing to go. We were observed no-go at the landing site. But that's okay because RTLS landing wouldn't be for about 35 minutes after launch. But we were also going to be forecast no-go. And that's where we needed to talk about maybe taking a little bit of an exception today beyond what's printed in the rules to say we understand the situation a little better because this situation is not one that we wrote down ahead of time. And that's what we did. The team did a very thorough evaluation. The Ascent team, led by Richard Jones back in Houston, and our weather recon aircraft with C.J. Storkow flying, and all the team that supports them, did an amazing job of really talking about what conditions we were truly facing. We knew we had some showers that might pop up, but they would be limited in scope to only affect one end of the runway. We had good energy profiles that would let us land on either end of the runway so we could redesignate around a rain shower if it did pop up. Really, when you're flying through rain showers, you're worried about losing a lot of your energy, and we knew through calculations that even if we had that, we had an excess margin that would be okay even if we did happen to catch a rain shower at the bad time. But really what made us go today was the radar forecasts, the radar maps, the forecasts, and the observations by the STA pilot that showed there was really nothing developing down in the quadrant that would then blow up over the pad. So we knew we might have a tiny risk of a chance of a shower. We knew very well it was not going to be a thunderstorm. And that allowed us to be comfortable today to just go a little bit beyond the printed rule and take that extra exception at the end and go ahead and launch today. Proved out, I kept an eye on the radar map as we were flying uphill all the way through RTLS landing time. There never was a shower that popped up in the circle, and it was a really good decision by the team today. Had no problem endorsing that one. On the way uphill, we got a DPDT alarm, which is a delta pressure over delta time, basically a change in pressure. The cabin pressure dropped off just a tiny little bit. We attribute that to cabin stretch. If you think about it, as we're lifting up through, the cabin grows a little bit because of all the G-forces on it, and it just vents off a little bit of oxygen. Pressure was very stable after that little bit flip, so no worries. But it did ring alarm on the way uphill to give the crew yet more excitement on this last mission. They got in orbit. MECO was right on target. OMS 2 was perfect, and they're doing a really good job. The doors are open now, and we're really looking forward to a great mission. As Bill said, this is a very critical mission for station resupply. We're going to do our best to try to stretch out an extra day to help get some stowage on station cleaned up and in good shape. And this is really going to posture the space station to be done for the future. So I think the shuttle program is ending exactly as it should. We built the International Space Station. We're stocking it up for the future and ready to hand it off. And we finished really strong. That said, we're not ready to look back or forward. We still have this mission to complete, so we're going to stay very focused on the mission at hand. A 12, hopefully 13-day mission in front of us that's going to be jam-packed, and we're handing off to the team over in Houston to get that executed. So with that, I'll hand it over to Mike and just say I can't express again how proud I am to be sitting up here after a good, successful launch today.
Good. Thanks, Mike. Well, thanks for those opening remarks. That was very nice, and on behalf of the KC Shuttle launch team, I accept those remarks. Very nice. Mike talked about the decision to go tank today, and he made it sound like it was a tough decision. Let me tell you how that really came down. We met in my office before the MMT meeting. We flipped a coin. That's how we really make decisions.
It's got a big dartboard.
It's a big dartboard. Now the program's over, we can divulge some of our secrets. We met before the meeting. We went over some strategy, and then the forecast was such that we had a decent shot at it. And as we've said before, we've tanked with worse predictions than that. And so we went with it today, and we got lucky. I mean, we got lucky is the way you can put it. From a launch weather perspective, Kathy Winters, our launch weather officer, did an outstanding job, and the folks appreciated her on console. Joel Tumbiolo and Mike McAleen, outstanding job today, guys. Thank you very much. The forecast for the launch perspective was right on the money, and we got that little bit of clearing that we needed. And so from my perspective on the launch side, it was pretty easy. Richard Jones, on the other hand, the flight director, wrestling with the RTLS, that was a bit more challenging for him. And he worked his way through that, and it was just an outstanding job. So we got through all that, and the tanking went fine. We had a little bit of an issue with our LOX pump, the major pump that puts the liquid oxygen into the external tank. We're getting a little bit of a chill down on that pump, indicative of a very minor leak, and so we opted to sort of voluntarily switch to the other pump before we got into trouble on that one. That went per the book. Never uncovered the eco sensors or the depletion sensors in the tank at all, and so we were good there too. And so the LOX guys did a great job. Coming on down to the count, I thought we were in the clear until 31 seconds when the Cox vent arm gave us a little bit of trouble. And all that was, folks, was when we retracted the GVA, we didn't get one of the indicators that it was back and locked, and we have procedures in place to go verify visually that it's back. And indeed it was, and there's enough hydraulic pressure in that system that we were not concerned at all with the GVA coming back out during main engine ignition. So no issue there. Team worked through it very, very well. I think we launched with 58 seconds left in the window this time, which is an eternity lately. And so that worked out really well for us. And just on behalf of the launch team and all the thousands of people here at KSM, just very, very proud that we finished as strong from a launch perspective as we did. Again, the mission ahead of us, landing ahead of us, and then we'll be able to look back and celebrate. Today was a great day, and there's a party in the VAB, so I hope you don't ask too many questions. And so with that, Mike. Yeah, that said, go ahead,
Well,
Bob.
just one real quick before we take questions. I think y'all know Rick Sturko, a Marine, was flying the weather aircraft, and I was listening on the loop. And instead of using really technical meteorological terms, he put it in Marine terms, like I am, so that we could all understand. He said it's a really, really big hole.
All right, we will take questions. These gentlemen have been working since around midnight, and their day is not done, so we do want to let them get out of here by 2 o'clock at the latest. So we have about 30 minutes worth of questions, unless they nudge me and say they have to go sooner. To try to make sure everybody gets covered, please ask one question and a follow-up. Please make sure you wait for the microphone. Tell us your name and affiliation and to whom you're addressing your question. And we'll start in the front row with Seth Bornstein.
Seth Bornstein, AP, from Mike Leinbach. Can you describe sort of the mood after launch, in the launch control? Did it take longer for people to file out since it was the last one? Or how was it different than after other launches? Can you just describe what was going on there?
Yeah, you hit on it very good, Seth. It did take a while to leave the control room. We had photographers set up to take some pictures of the team, the entire team at once, and then individually or group pictures, whatever we chose to do. A lot of us walked around and shook everybody's hand. It seemed like we didn't want to leave. It was like the end of a party, and you just don't want to go. You just want to hang around a little bit longer and relish our friends and what we've accomplished. So it was very special. A lot of pats on the back today.
And just to follow up, either Mike, you talked about all the the tiny technical problems you overcame. In the end, are you kind of glad that it was, instead of a completely clean count, which I know is easier, is it more sweet that you had to overcome all these things and yet still launch, or would you have just assumed had a nice, easier, cleaner count for you?
And anytime we get to a T0 and we get to orbit safely is good by me. So it was fine. It challenged the team a little bit at the end, but we've practiced that scenario numerous times, and so we were ready to go with it. In fact, we had written a little special procedure because in some of the testing of the Gaux vent arm over the last month or so, we didn't always get that retract indicator. So we put together a little procedure, and we put the procedure together figuring if we do that, we'll never get that failure. Well, of course, we got the failure. And so we had it knocked today. That was no big deal.
Leo Enright with Irish Television. Just a question about the RTLS waiver. Would you have done this if the shuttle was going to fly another mission? The reason I ask being that it was always my understanding that one of the concerns was that if you flew through precipitation that it would damage the tiles. And I mean, I'm just wondering, were you just making the calculation that, well, hey, we're not flying it again, so that sort of tile damage doesn't matter, or am I completely misunderstood?
No, that actually, so last mission type thing was not part of the consideration today. But you are right, flying through rain showers will damage the tile. And so the rule's not written because you damage tile and then therefore it's a turnaround maintenance issue. The rule is the damaging of that tile literally is taking energy out of your profile. You remember the shuttle's coming in as a glider without engines. Every last little bit of energy is well managed to make sure you make the runway. We knew today for the approach profiles with the wind that we had, the headwinds, the crosswinds, and the brake energy we would see, that we weren't going to have any energy problems. So losing a little bit of energy by flying through a rainstorm would be okay in today's situation. Just like you see with the forecasts, and we were talking pre-launch, no single forecast is the same. A 70% no-go one day is not the same as a 70% no-go the next day for different reasons. Those rain shower exception rules are the same thing. They're written for certain cases, but not every case. So we take a look at each one every time. It's one of the reasons we have people making these rules and not just a computer voting red or green to go or no-go. So yeah, did not come into consideration today at all.
Jim Siegel, Celebration Independent Newspaper. A question from Bob Cabana. You mentioned, Bob, some of the work being done on pad 39B. So looking forward now, when would you anticipate that work is going to be completed? What missions do you think are upcoming for that pad? And what about 39A? Is that going to kind of just stay where it is for a while for budget reasons, or what?
Well, we're obviously preparing to be able to launch a heavy lift rocket off that pad as soon as possible, with our goal being 2016. Now, how things work out in the budget process, we'll have to see. That doesn't look feasible right now, but we want the pad to be ready to go. So we'll progress ahead to have it ready as soon as we possibly can for accommodating NASA rocket launches off it. 39A, you're right. We don't have funding right now to move with it, so we're going to kind of put it in a caretaker status eventually as we explore beyond our home planet. There are scenarios where we need 2 big launch pads to support 2 big rockets to go do some of the things we want to do. So down the road, we do see a need for that pad. In the meantime, we'll make sure that it's not in such a condition that we can't bring it back up when we need it.
Okay, over here, Ken Kramer.
Hi, Ken Kramer for Spaceflight Magazine. Mike Leinbach. And, well, first of all of you, I just want to say congratulations and thank you. Okay. And you're wearing a very elegant medallion there. I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about it.
This is a little flag that I gave the launch team today. It's a STS-135 prime launch team member, and I just wanted to give them something they could take with them and remember the good times, and so that's what this is about.
If I could just follow up with Bill Gerstenmaier, what is your reaction to these significant cuts to the proposed NASA budget by the House Appropriations Committee?
Again, I think it's too early to react to those cuts. Right? This is what we've seen from the House. We'll get some discussions with the Senate, and then eventually that'll get worked into what the NASA bill is. So I don't react to those. We understand what they mean. We understand the tough environment, and we'll work with that, and we'll watch the process go through, and we'll be prepared to execute with what we get when we finally get an answer from Congress.
Mark.
Mark Kirkman, Interspace News. Obviously, I don't ask feeling questions normally, but this time I would like to. And in particular, I'd like the perspective of the whole panel, but in particular the two mics. In my view, there's kind of no other place where you can, where you see the flight control teams and the launch teams the way when they're on their game. There's nothing like that to see them perform, whether it's simulations or a real launch. And I'd like you all to reflect on the fact that no matter what follow-on program you get, this animal is never going to exist before. This is the last time you're ever going to see that kind of execution, and just your thoughts on that.
We have grown into a very cohesive team throughout the whole shuttle program, not just the flight control team and the launch team, but all the processing team, the designers of the missions, you know, the payload folks. It's a very, very cohesive group. I'm not sure we'll never see it again. We have grown into a very, very good organization, and it's taken years to do that. But that doesn't say it can't be done again. In fact, it will be done again. It has to be done again. What we have learned in the shuttle program, in part, is how to work between centers, and you split the work up. Certain organizations are responsible for certain things. You respect that. And you go about your business and work together as a team. And it seems very natural to me to work this way. And so I'm sure it will happen again. There's no doubt in my mind.
And for me, I'll steal a quote from Gene Kranz, who calls the control center a leadership laboratory. And it really is that. It trains people to be critical decision makers, communicators, and leaders. And so while we aren't going to be churning out from that laboratory for a little bit. We have a whole batch of folks that are going to go out and seed both commercial industry and private industry and the NASA team and go push the envelope and take what they've learned and the skills they know how to do now and go help us keep moving to the future and to our future goals. So from that standpoint, I feel good that we're going to go take this team that's excellent at what they do and go out there and save the world, so to speak. And we will be able to rebuild that team when the time comes, and we need that again. But yeah, in the short term, I know exactly what you mean, Mark. You've been there, so you recognize that it's in the short term, it's going to be something missed. That a chance to do that, every day.
Okay, Randy Siegel, WSTU Radio for Mike Lineback. Mike, you got the sash from Endeavor. You got the sash from Discovery. Did you get the one from Atlantis? And did you say anything special to the team after it was all over, realizing the finality of where we're at?
It's almost like we planted you in the audience. There's Atlantis. What I said to the team today, there's been a tradition in American manned spaceflight that the launch director has bid the crews farewell, the astronauts farewell on launch day, traditionally with good luck and Godspeed. And the definition of Godspeed that I like the best is have a prosperous journey. And so at the end of my speech to the launch team today, I wish them from the bottom of my heart good luck and Godspeed.
Okay, Tarek.
Thank you. Tarek Malik with Space.com. I have, I think, one and a follow-up. First, for the two mics, I know that during a launch you're fairly busy, and maybe you get only a few seconds to get a look at the actual ascent. I'm just wondering, when you did get a peek, did it shine brighter at all? Did it feel like it lasted longer? Was there anything different that set it apart as it was happening and as you were looking?
No, Tarek, you put the words in my mouth for me. Yeah, to me, it looked like it was lifting off in slow motion. I failed to apologize like I did the last time that we didn't give you a big enough view, but for a long enough time before we hit the cloud deck. But to me, it hit slow motion there for a good 10 seconds. It was very moving. It was very beautiful.
It was special today. I remember standing there after the vehicle went into the cloud deck. You could still see the smoke from the SRBs and the main engines in the first stage, and it seemed like that cloud plume just was growing and just hovering and slowly drifting north. And Bill Dowdell, a good friend of mine, the payload launch manager, I believe I'm right when I say we put our arms around each other and just looked at it and said, we will never see that again. It was a special moment.
Greg.
Oh, Tarek, I'm sorry.
I just had one more follow-up, sorry, for Bill. You mentioned the same message that Administrator Bolden did in his recording about the U.S. not pulling out of human spaceflight. I know there's been a lot of talk in the public about that perception because of the lack of an iconic vehicle like the Space Shuttle, and I'm just wondering how you perceive the challenge to kind of combat that perception in the months and years ahead before the gap is complete.
I think one piece that we forget is we've created this unbelievable facility in space, this 16-partner, 900,000-pound research facility in space. And we've got to really maximize the way we talk about that and the way we use that facility. You know, we've got a chance to do unbelievable research in a facility that we've never been able to do. This is a unique period in our lives to get that done, so we need to do our level best to take advantage of that. And then when you talk about the flight teams, there's still a flight team on the ISS side that's managing 17 launches to that vehicle every year. They're juggling cargo manifests, they're juggling research manifests. We're looking at establishing a new nonprofit organization to manage the national lab portion of that ISS. So we are still in space and we are still moving forward with the ISS. You're seeing commercial cargo come online later this fall and next spring. You'll see commercial crew come after that. So we're ready to keep going, and we're going to springboard off of what the shuttle has done and move the next 50 years and make them just as bright as these last 30 have been for shuttle.
Greg.
Greg Dobbs from HDNet Television. And this is for the two mics, because you're the guys on this group who spend the most time around the shuttle. It's a more highly technical question than Tarek's first question, but did you choke up?
Yep, most definitely.
Yes.
You open it to follow up.
I'll choke up if I do.
Elaborate on why you personally choked up. You're engineers, you're always just, analyzing things at every stage of ascent.
To be honest, I choke up at every launch. This one I choked up before launch, which was the unusual thing for me. But again, as an engineer, as whatever, I can't see how anybody who comes down here and sees a shuttle launch doesn't choke up and just swell with pride at seeing that thing go. It just does it to you every time.
Okay, in the pink.
Marcia Smith, spacepolicyonline.com. To Bob Cabana, you talked about the future of the pads, but not about the VAB. Do the commercial guys want the VAB? Does NASA need the VAB? Does it get an uplift or does it get bulldozed?
No, absolutely. Yeah, I think there are folks who would shoot me if I thought about doing anything other than refurbishing it. Our plan is to refurbish Complex 39 to make it a multi-user spaceport, and that includes utilizing the VAB and the other facilities that are out there. We're partnering with Space Florida and commercial companies through Space Act agreements and use agreements to try and bring commercial work here. But we most definitely need that VAB for the heavy lift rocket that we're going to build to support launches out of Complex 39 that take us beyond Earth. So absolutely, we're going to continue to make it a viable part of the future, and that includes some refurbishment. So we're making the most of the downtime, the transition between programs. Fortunately, we only needed one shuttle pad, so we were able to get a jump start on 39B to start transitioning it to the future. And we need a little bit of downtime in order to make the modifications and transition from one program to the next, and that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, go ahead, Marcia.
I won't ask you how much it's going to cost, but will the government have to bear all those costs, or will those be shared with the commercial sector?
If the commercial companies are going to use it, they are going to have to pay to use it.
Irene.
Thanks. Irene Klotz with Reuters, for anybody who'd care to take this. You all inherited a vehicle that was ultimately proved far more complicated and labor-intensive to work on, and one of the goals that the shuttle program didn't meet was this low cost, reusability, reliability. I guess I'm just wondering why you think it took 30 years for the shuttle program to get to the point where it would stand down and give perhaps another operator, commercial or some other version of government, an opportunity to develop something that would actually meet one of those goals that the shuttle program was sold on.
Is that for me?
You can.
The shuttle program, we could not have built the space station without the Space Shuttle. And, you know, it is a phenomenal achievement on orbit right now. So, you know, I look back on what the shuttle's done in 30 years. The Hubble Space Telescope, Magellan, Ulysses, Galileo, the probes, you know, it is, the shuttle opened up space. When you look back on the Apollo and prior, look at the makeup of the astronaut corps and look at it today. Look at the diversity within the astronaut corps. Look at the multi-nations that have flown to space on the space shuttle and what it's done. I don't think it ended early. I think it totally fulfilled what it was was meant to do. Did it deliver on the costs that some people said? No. But did it achieve something that was not achievable by any other country or any other vehicle? Absolutely. So I think it's done a phenomenal job.
The Green. Oh, go ahead.
Do you think that the commercial companies are going to have an easier time of developing vehicles that non-astronauts can fly in? I guess is what I was kind of alluding to with a simpler design.
Well, yes, but they're not going to be able to do what the shuttle did. The shuttle was designed to carry large payloads to orbit, to carry large crews to orbit, to stay on orbit for a long time, to service vehicles in space. A capsule is designed to go somewhere, drop somebody off, and bring them home. And is a capsule a lot easier to build? Absolutely. That's why we chose the Mercury capsule. You know, NASA was working on lifting bodies when the space program was starting out because that was really the best way to go back and forth, you know, to have some cross range, to land on a runway, but they needed to do it quickly and cheaply. And a capsule was the simplest, easiest way to do that, and it still is. And so we've been going back and forth to low Earth orbit for 50 years now. We ought to be able to define the requirements for somebody to build a capsule that allows them to take people up to the International Space Station and back, and not just the International Space Station, but I mean, Boeing has a contract with Bigelow Aerospace. You know, there are going to be other destinations. Commercial space is not just a government contract to the space station. It's got to be more than that.
And I think also the shuttle program gave a lot of information that's going to be tremendously valuable to these programs that are emerging and coming forward. You know, a lot of our computational fluid dynamics, some of the things we understand about boundary layer transition on the vehicle, how the vehicle flies, those kind of things are still important to capsules, how life support systems are designed inside the capsule, how docking mechanisms work. All those things that we have really kind of proven and refined throughout the shuttle years, we can hand those off to the commercial companies and they can pick those up and move those in another direction. So I think there was a lot learned from the shuttle program that will become, isn't immediately evident to you until you look behind the hardware and you look at the equations and some of the physical understandings of how we fly in space that actually have 100% application to this new activity we're heading off to.
In the green shirt.
Hi, Dave Mosher with Wired.com. So you guys have a mission in space now, and this is for anybody who can best answer it. What is going to be a really key moment up there, aside from getting the astronauts safely on the ground? What's going to be sort of tensest moment, the main objective that you want to get done before you come home?
Well, I think first of all, there's a lot of just logistics activity, and that's just moving cargo from the multi-purpose logistics module into the space station. This is the heaviest MPLM multi-purpose logistics module we've flown, so it is really packed full. So there's going to be just a big kind of logistics activity of moving that activity from the module. Then also space station is getting pretty crowded. There's a lot of things up there that are stored that need to come back. This is a unique time to bring unique components back, so you'll see us fill the MPLM up. That's why we really would like to have the extra day on orbit. We also have a pump module that's failed on the outside of space station. It failed a little bit earlier than our analysis has shown. We would like to return that pump module to understand why it failed so we can improve the next generation. And then we have another experiment that's going up. It's a refueling experiment that will sit on the outside of station, and this fall we'll be able to use the Canadian dexterous robot to actually service, to do a mock demonstration of servicing a satellite that was never meant to be serviced. So it has on the outside of it an interface that looks just like a satellite that's in geosynchronous orbit. We've designed unique tools for it, very much like we designed unique tools for the Hubble servicing mission, but now this robot will use these unique tools. It will cut the blanket away, it will remove a panel, it will remove lock wire, remove a cap, and then actually demonstrate fluid transfer between two tanks on board. So it's going to take us now from the spacewalk generation to start showing us what we can do in terms of robotic activities on board space station.
Okay, back on the other side of the room.
Yes, hi, Matt Pavlidich from the Radio Network New Zealand. Thank you, gentlemen, for today. I think it'll be with us the rest of our lives. The initial ascent of Atlantis did look, to me anyway, slightly slow, like she was strutting perhaps. A question and a follow-up for Bob Cabana. Pad 39A, as has been mentioned, is in the past, the present and the future going to be a working launch pad, but are there any plans to have any significant extra commemoration plaques, what have you, for that pad in the coming future? And also, when Atlantis returns home, are there any special ceremonies that you have up your sleeve that you perhaps cannot tell us about yet?
Well, actually, I'm working with the shuttle program to come up with some commemorative plaques to put in some various places, both at the shuttle landing facility and at the launch pad. So we'll have something to commemorate the history of those pads as well as the landings at the SLF. And we've got a couple of ceremonies coming up after landing, something special for the KSC team right here participating in the landing, post-landing. But we're going to have a big celebration, and I can't remember the date right now, but it's going to be out at our visitor center, and it's going to celebrate the entire shuttle program. And it's going to be open to easy access to all the retirees, the folks that have been a key part of this program for the last 30 years, so we can really celebrate the significance of what Shuttle has accomplished. And that's going to be on the 13th of August.
Andy Cox with the Weather Channel. It seemed today like the weather gods kind of conspired to let both the teams kind of show their mettle. You guys talked about the SMG working the RTLS stuff and 45th working the range stuff here. I wonder if you guys could maybe speak to the bigger picture of what the weather teams have meant just throughout the course of the program, the support they've given.
Yeah, it's amazing, and I'll let Mike add in too, because he works with Kathy a lot in the 45th, and we're only singling out Kathy because she's the spokesman for that team usually. But the SMG guys, we're talking about the future and looking ahead. It's amazing when you work down here how much we need the daily weather forecasts for every operation we do. We're outside at the pad. We're moving hardware back and forth. There's cargo coming in at the SLF. We need weather forecasting on a daily basis. And in fact, Mike has a daily weather call where we tag up and see what's coming. And so it's played an integral part of the Space Shuttle program and the space program, and it's really built up an unbelievable capability. I was just explaining to a few folks the other day, not too long ago we had flight rules in place that talked about triggered lightning. We learned that lesson the hard way through some of our partners over on the Air Force side, where they had an event with a triggered lightning that took out an Atlas, and a bunch of new rules came in place to talk about what the limits are. And we have field mills on the ground that measure voltages from lightning and kind of help tell you whether you're going to get triggered lightning or an impending lightning strike. But we didn't know what was really happening at altitude. And so combination with the Weather Service, the Air Force, NASA, and NOAA, we flew a project to basically fly airborne field mills. We used to have a rule that any attached cumulus cloud, if it had lightning in it, if it was attached, you'd be no-go. So we could have a cloud deck that stretched over the Gulf of Mexico with lightning out near the middle of Mexico, and we'd be no-go here for that. And we learned through these rules that it's probably about, and I can't remember the numbers exactly, but it's a 20 to 30 mile type of radius effect. And so advancing the state of the art there really, really paid off. And I think we got that because we had a dedicated team focused on dedicated weather in certain areas of the country. You learn so much when you look at weather in one spot that closely. And so I really hope that that seeded itself throughout the rest of the country in weather forecasting and weather service too, not just for the shuttle program, but it's an unbelievable team. We could not do what we do without them.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I do have a daily weather call with Kathy Winters, the launch weather officer, and as Mike says, she's just a spokesman for a large group of people over the 45th. Different things come into play on daily processing versus launch. Different things come into play when we're talking about tropical systems. We work very closely with the National Hurricane Center when we have a tropical system threatening us. We've had criteria to roll the shuttle off the launch pad to get back into the VAB to protect it. And we've done that in the past. Weather here in Central Florida, the lightning capital of the world, right? There's a group of people, the lightning launch commit criteria group. It's a group of PhDs, been together for over 25 years. And through those years and the studies they've done, like the airborne field mill that Mike mentioned, we've been able to relax our rules, but yet stay perfectly safe. And so we're constantly challenging the weather folks because we have an operation to perform. but we need to do it safely. And so it's a balance between those two competing interests. Weather in Central Florida is a very, very interesting phenomenon, and you saw it today. It could have easily turned very, very sour, and we wouldn't be talking to you right now. So a little bit of luck never hurts. But the relationship we have with the 45th and SMG and the other folks that support them is just outstanding. All right, we have time for unfortunately only 3 more questions, so we'll take one here, then Todd Halverson and Ralph Vardabadian from the LA Times.
Thank you. Jackie Goddard for the Times of London. Over the last couple of years, and right up to last week really, we've seen certain harsh criticism spelled out by some pretty heavyweight NASA veterans, Neil Armstrong, Chris Kraft, Gene Kranz, Gene Cernan, the letter last week to Charlie Bolden. How, if NASA can't convince some of its own finest, how do you think NASA will move forward to convince the public that NASA is still an agency that knows where it's going, what it's doing, and that it's worth doing?
Well, I'll start, and I'm going to let the head of human spaceflight at NASA add a little bit more to it. But I think as it becomes clearer and we announce the specific design of the rocket that we are building and how we are going to use it and why we chose that design, I think that's going to help tremendously in educating and helping folks understand what we're doing and why we're doing it.
And I think also there's a piece of it that, we've got a lot of detailed plans that we've been working, in-house quietly with technical teams, really building a pretty strong strategy of how we go forward. And they captured a vision of NASA that was in the past with a different set of teams, and they haven't had the privilege of being brought in and understanding all the details that the technical experts are working on a day-to-day basis. So we'll reach out to them and make sure that we get the briefings to them and they can understand what we're doing. We'll listen to their opinions. We'll see what makes sense, see if we missed something. I think when I grew up under those folks you mentioned, those are my teachers. Those are my mentors. I lived in Houston with them. I consider all of them truly my mentors. So I think I've incorporated everything that they bring to us in terms of concerns. But I think we owe them to show them technically what we've done and how we're prepared to go address these issues that they raise. And I think after they see that, I think they'll come to an understanding of where we're heading. They may not particularly like it because they want to push in a further direction. They know what this team is capable of. They see what we can go do, and they want us to do even more. So they are pushing us as hard as they can on the outside. So a piece of that is healthy, too, to have a good, strong debate that we can keep pushing and keep trying to do more. And we are, this team is really ready to execute whatever this nation wants this team to go do. This team can go execute.
Todd Halverson.
Todd Halverson of Florida Today for Bill or maybe Mike Moses. With the end of the shuttle program and maybe more specifically the end of ISS assembly, I'm wondering if either of you see this as an end of a golden era in spacewalking.
Yeah, I don't see it really as an end. I see it really as it's a transition, right? And unfortunately sometimes we can't do, we say we can multitask, right, as a people, but sometimes we can't multitask as well as we think we can. You feel like you're multitasking, but are you really as efficient as you were? Or are you just doing 3 things that actually take you longer than if you would have done those 3 things individually, right? So in a way, we had to really quit assembly to really get focused on this research pace and to get this activity started. And we've got a nice window. We've got a nice 9-year window where we can really concentrate on this space research. And then that shows that there's potentially an economic market. There's now potentially a commercial application for space that's not government driven. So then there's a unique window here where now it's not only individual governments pushing us into space, but now there's a real commercial pull towards space. And that can really springboard us and move us in big directions. So I don't see this necessarily as an end, but I see this as a transition into another era. And at the same time we're going to be doing the ISS research, we're going to be building the heavy lift launch vehicle, the capsule we talked about, the Orion MPCV, that's going to allow us to get beyond low Earth orbit, to go push those boundaries, to really challenge us as a human race to go out and explore with humans to new destinations. So So I don't see this as an end of the golden era. I see this as a chance we can leverage off of what we've got now and really push it in new directions. And it's up to us to make sure we explain as best we can to the broader community, the non-space folks, why we are doing what we are doing. Why have we dedicated our lives to this? Why are we doing all the activities we have done? We need to convey to them that excitement in this small window so they can get excited with us and then move with us into this next phase of spaceflight.
Ralph.
Thank you. Ralph Artabady in LA Times. The last question is, a lot of federal agencies have gone through ends of eras of very technically sophisticated programs and have worried about the loss and atrophy of the know-how and knowledge that extended back decades. And I was just wondering, and they've gone through processes of formally documenting that technology and knowledge, and I'm just wondering now at the end of the shuttle era whether you're concerned about preserving and being able to tap all of the knowledge, the manufacturing art, the operational knowledge that you bring to this table, and how you're doing it and whether you're concerned about it. Thank you.
We have a pretty extensive lessons learned program where we try to document exactly what we've done. We do it through video archives. We have a database that's searchable. We have all kinds of multimedia activities to try to capture the knowledge. But then I think another really effective way to transfer that knowledge is to move some of the people from one activity or one program to that next program so they can take the actual lessons that they have learned and applied themselves, and they get to then go apply it to the new program. If you look at our history, a lot of the ISS team came from the shuttle program. So they got to take all those hard lessons they learned in the shuttle program that are really internal lessons now that you're not going to read in a book or you don't have to search in a database, and they can actually apply them in the next application. So as we do the new designs of these launch pads, we do the new designs of the new launch vehicles, we're going to try to capture and move people that have experience in the shuttle world into those areas so they can directly apply the knowledge and the skills that they've learned in the shuttle program to the new activities going forward.
So you're not really concerned that you're going to have any atrophy or loss of knowledge?
I think I'm concerned. I mean, we need to watch out for that, right? But what I've described to you is the way we're going to try to prevent that. So I think it's naive to say we've got it well in hand, because this is a very difficult thing to do, to how you capture this knowledge and how you pass it on. We are trying our best with all the right experts and all these techniques I described to make sure we go do it. Time will tell how well we've done it, but I think it's critical for us to try to make that move and make sure we capture it. But it will not be easy for us to do.
Okay.
Can we see Mike's sash one more time?
They would like to see Mike's Atlantis sash one more time. And while, Mike, you're displaying that, I just wanted to let everyone know we're going to close today by replaying another launch of Atlantis on television for you. We also will be replaying a very special farewell tribute video from the closeout crew before they broke down the White Room for the last time. Then we'll turn things back to Mission Control in Houston for STS-135 continuous coverage. You can keep up with the entire mission at www.nasa.gov/shuttle. Now we'll roll video. Thank you very much.
8, 7, 6, 5. All three engines up and burning. 2, 1, 0, and liftoff. The final liftoff of Atlantis on the shoulders of the Space Shuttle. America will continue the dream.
Roger, roll, Atlantis. Houston now controlling the flight of Atlantis. The Space Shuttle spreads its wings one final time for the start of a sentimental journey into history.
Atlantis from the mid deck for page 1-25 circuit breakers on ML86 Bravo.
Go ahead, Sandy.
Yeah, 86 Bravo looks per the diagram on page 1-25 with the exception of the main B, tank B inlet, and the, I believe it's the crossover valve that Chunk is using for block 14, and also on row Echo, under main Alpha and main Charlie, the EMU water supply and waste circuit breakers, and all four of those are still out. They're not in per 1-25, but as you know, I haven't gotten to the airlock yet, so I don't know if that's a factor, but I just wanted to call that down.
Okay, we copy that, Sandy. We'll get back to you in a few on those.
Okay, and block 6 complete. The poll has been stowed.
Oh, outstanding. Thanks, Sandy.
Block 6. I'll get it right now. Stand by. Block 13 is complete.
Block 13, copy.
Hey, Houston, with that, we think we're complete with the post-insertion checklist, and if I didn't report it, block 16 is complete. We have the fuel cell performance plot and work. If you see anything outstanding, give us a holler. Otherwise, we're headed to the flight plan.
We'll do that, Fergie, and we'll give you a call. We're going to do a few things here, and we'll call you here in just a few.
Okay, we'll try to leave you on for a little bit.
This is Mission Control Houston here in the Space Shuttle Flight Control Room. Flight Director Richard Jones, who has just completed his final shift as an Ascent Flight Director, is addressing his team before they hand over to the Orbit 2 team. An emotional moment here in the Shuttle Flight Control Room as Ascent Flight Director Richard Jones signs off to his team of flight controllers, Tony Sakachi, who worked weather issues today alongside Richard Jones, will be supervising the entry team at the conclusion of this final flight of the Space Shuttle. But Jones told his team that we are the thread that makes up the tapestry of human spaceflight, and others in the future will stand on our shoulders, just as we stood on the shoulders of the Ascent team that supervised the first shuttle launch on April 12, 1981, that was supervised by Flight Director Neil Hutchinson and spacecraft communicator Dan Brandenstein. Just a few minutes before that farewell to his team of flight controllers, Jones spoke to Commander Chris Ferguson aboard Atlantis. That exchange began with spacecraft communicator Barry Wilmore providing a debris report for the crew on board Atlantis, along with an update on their cryogenic margins, which currently stand at about 23 hours of margin to get that extra day that we've been talking about. So let's play that clip that just took place. Barry Wilmore, the spacecraft communicator, and Richard Jones talking to Commander Chris Ferguson on board the shuttle Atlantis.
Atlantis, Houston, we're back with you after an unexpected extended time off the tail. How do you copy?
Okay, we got you sort of rowdy, Houston, but legible if you want to go ahead with your tag up.
Okay, hopefully it'll stay with us. Here's what I have for you. Our imagery observations are ongoing, but so far we see nothing that would indicate any concern for the vehicle or success of the mission. We've also taken a quick look at our cryo margins, with H2 being the limiter, and we see about 23 hours of margin, so almost a full day, so there's some good news there. We'll take your window report when you have it, and personally we want to let you know that it was a beautiful launch, and from where we were, and of course those folks in Florida had a great show, and all of us here are pretty envious of your view as you pop through that cloud deck.
Okay, Houston, we copied the good words on nothing discernible as far as debris is concerned. We did kind of get you ratty there when you talked about cryo margins. If you could repeat that.
Yeah, the cryo margins, H2 is your limiter. We're seeing about 23 hours of margin, so that's almost a full day. So it's a good trek there, and good news.
Okay, copy. And if you wanted a bottoms report, we went in at about 20,000 and out about a nanosecond later.
That's what we expected. We are coming to the end of the Ascent team. We're in the process of turning over to your Orbit 2 team, and we twisted Richard's arm, and instead of talking through me, we're going to let him say a few words himself.
Let's see, Fergie, just wanted to say congratulations to you, Chunky, Sandy, and Rex on a spectacular Ascent. As Butch just said, the Ascent team is signing off right now. We just wanted to wish you all of our best, and that we are with you as you accomplish your historic flight. It's been a pleasure.
Hey, Richard, I'll tell you, the honor has been all ours. I mean, we're one of the fortunate few who get a chance to see the world from this perspective. I want to thank you guys, and boy, I'll tell you, I cannot wait to hear the story, both A, coming out of the T-9 hold, and B, at T-31 seconds. I'm sure there were a few folks on the edge of their seats down there. If I could just pass to you and your team, I know we're going to see a few of you for entry. I would like to just kind of, recognize a few folks that have been just key to this program for years and years. The first one being Mark McDonald. I don't think we're going to see him for entry. Tom Arnold, of course, king of the boosters, and Joe Jones. I don't think we're going to see you for entry either. You guys have just been fantastic, and not the least of which, Richard. You guys are all heroes in our mind. You certainly deserve a round of applause, and I'd like you to stand up and take one right now if you could. It's been just a pleasure of a lifetime working with you.
Wow, Fergie, those were great words.
I think I heard one or two people clapping there. That's wonderful.
I may have gotten a couple of claps in here. Fergie, those were awesome words. You guys have a tremendous flight. We will be watching. Thanks, and I'm going to address the team here before we leave.
Godspeed, Richard.
You do the same. This is Mission Control Houston back here in the shuttle flight control room.
Let me talk to this guy because I think
Here in the shuttle flight control room, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has taken a handover from the Ascent team, which supervised Atlantis' climb to orbit today. That occurred just under 3 hours ago with a launch from the Kennedy Space Center at 10:29 a.m. Central Time. The shuttle's payload bay doors are open. The KU band antenna has been deployed and activated. All of Atlantis' systems are in excellent shape as the crew continues to work in the early phases of their Flight Day 1 activities that will culminate with the deployment and checkout of the shuttle's robotic arm a few hours from now. The crew about 6 hours away from beginning their first sleep period in orbit and their first full day aboard the shuttle Atlantis en route to the International Space Station tomorrow. So with Atlantis safely in orbit and all of its systems operating in excellent shape, the orbiter is about to cross the equator to begin the third orbit of its final mission and the final flight in the history of the shuttle program. We'll be following along, and obviously mission coverage continues now around the clock on this 135th and final mission in shuttle program history. At a mission elapsed time of 2 hours and 50 minutes into Atlantis' flight, this is Mission Control Houston.
Atlantis Houston for circuit breakers on ML86 Bravo.
Go ahead.
Hey Sandy, it's good to hear your voice. For your earlier question for circuit breakers on ML86 Bravo, row alpha we think is in a good config, so you don't need to worry about that any further. On row echo, we think that the EMU 1 and 2 supply and wastewater circuit breakers should have been closed in block 6. Do you, anyone on board, recall doing that?
Well, it would have been me. Stand by. Let me take a look at the checklist.
And Sandy,
you are correct, and I must have missed those, so I can close those now if you'd like.
And you are go to close those. Specifically, that's the EMU 1 and 2 H2O supply and waste, and that's 4 circuit breakers on ML86 Bravo row echo.
Okay, those are complete. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sandy. Atlantis Houston for APCU activation.
Go ahead.
Okay, flight plan page 3-3 in the center block alpha, the on-MCC go. You have that go for APCU activation.
Copy, go for APCU act in block alpha, and also we have F controller checkout and work.
Copy the F controller. Atlantis Houston, switch throw on L1.
Go ahead on L1, Stan.
On L1, Fess Pry Bravo to off OFF, then back on, please.
That's complete.
Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston, taking a live look inside Space Shuttle Atlantis' payload bay there as the shuttle crosses over the Pacific Ocean. Atlantis blazing a trail into history earlier today, launching on STS-135, the final Space Shuttle mission. Here inside the Space Shuttle Flight Control Room, the Orbit 2 team is currently on console. There is Flight Director Rick LeBrode there at the top right-hand side. Astronaut Stan Love down there at the bottom left-hand side. He will be subbing today for the Capcom position. Megan MacArthur, who is going to be the Orbit 2 Capcom for the remainder of the mission, is on her way back from the Kennedy Space Center after today's launch. Up on orbit, the crew of STS-135 is continuing to work through their what is known as the post-insertion checklist. They're basically just getting the shuttle converted over into its orbital operations. They're going to be setting up a number of the computers on board the flight deck as well as the photo television operations to make sure all those communications channels are set up and running as expected. Here shortly they're going to be performing a checkout of the shuttle's arm.
Go ahead.
Okay, that has been completed at 2:58:30. Rail temperature 1 was 37.1. Rail 2, 37.0. Rail 3, 37.0. Rail 4, 36.9.
Those are good numbers, Sandy. Thank you.
In this view of the payload bay, you can see the orbiter boom sensor system arm there on the left-hand side. That's going to be used tomorrow as Atlantis performs a checkout of its heat shield. That'll take several hours to accomplish that. The ground team here in Houston will watch very carefully along with those activities. And of course, there in the payload bay is the main payload for this mission, the multi-purpose logistics module, the MPLM, the giant cargo container that's taking up several tons of supplies for the International Space Station. And then on the far right-hand side is the shuttle's robotic arm that's going to be checked out here in just a few minutes.
Hey, Houston, for a tag up.
Go ahead, we're with you.
Hey, Stan, we'll tag up with you on the flight plan, but, you know, we just took a moment there, looked out the window at the home where all the space shuttles were built, and we all saluted. On the commander and the pilot's column, we see DAPS complete, aft controller checkout complete. We'll stand by for the on-orbit OMS firm. We'll get into that shortly. On-orbit init complete on the PDRS. The OCAC is set up. I'm going to flip over to the MS column. STL is complete. You heard that call down. We're in work and gear is set up. And we have not got the TPEC set up yet, but we're going to be on there shortly. We did install the AEM mufflers.
Copy all. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston, the commander of STS-135, Chris Ferguson there, calling down to Capcom Stan Love. They are passing above parts of California and Utah at this point in time. They passed over Palmdale, California. That is where the space shuttles were all built and refurbished. So they were giving a quick salute to that city and the people that live in that area. Coming up in less than 32 minutes, Atlantis will perform a course correction burn that will continue to fine-tune its flight as it heads toward the International Space Station. This will be a dual OMS burn. Both orbital maneuvering system engines will be fired. This will change Atlantis' velocity by 145 feet per second. So we will stand by for that activity. The crew on board still working through transitioning the shuttle from its launch configuration to its on-orbit configuration. That activity will continue up until the point that the crew goes to bed. They will be turning in tonight in 5 hours and 21 minutes.
Atlantis Houston Delta for one of the Flight Day 1 EZ activities. That's the PCS config.
Okay, we're ready on Flight Day 1 EZ activities.
Okay, in the box there on page 3-2, it says config to PCS2, and then there's a note that says 14.7 cab reg inlet sys 1 and 2 valves closed. We would like you to go ahead when you get to it and configure to PCS2 as written, but then do not take those 14.7 cab reg inlet sys 1 and 2 valves to close. So just disregard that part of the note, configure to PCS2 as written, please.
Okay, Stan, easy activities. We're going to configure to PCS2, and we're not going to touch the cab reg inlets.
Stand by. And for the PCS config, just to be very clear, again, we'd like you to run PCS2 config as written in the Orbit Ops, page 5-20. The note in the easy activities that says 14.7 cab reg inlet sys 1 and 2 valves to close, please disregard that part of the note.
Okay. 14.7 cab reg inlet system 1 and system 2 valves to close. We will disregard that note. Is that what you're looking for?
That's correct. Thank you.
The flight director here for Orbit 2, Rick LeBrode, standing up there in the middle, talking with his team. This team just now kind of getting things underway on this STS-135 mission. There's 3 different Orbit teams that work with a shuttle crew during their day. The Orbit 1 team works on the first half of the morning. The Orbit 2 team, the one that's here now, will work on the second half of the crew's activities. And then the Orbit 3 team, or the planning team, is going to be here during the crew's overnight times to take a look at the schedule for the days ahead and to fine-tune the crew's activities for the following flight day.
Atlantis Houston, we got your maneuver pad for NC1 when you're ready to copy.
Okay, Stan, we've got the maneuver pad open, ready to copy.
Okay, your NC1 maneuver pad, deltas only. It's ohms both with an item 1. Down to the weight, item 9 is 25410-9er. The TIG, 00 slant 03 colon 39er colon 33.9er. Down in the notes, ohms gimbal check. Pre-burn is none. Post-burn left and right pry. RCS interconnect is none. Download options is 2 ohms to 1 ohms. Ohms helium reg tests. Both A's in GPC, both B's hard open. Minus X RCS burn is NA. GPC fill-ins, NA. Non-critical burn. No flight notes. How copy?
Okay, stand for NC1. We've got ohms both. Weight 25410-9er. TIG 00 slant 03 colon 39 colon 33 decimal 9. Ohms gimbal checks, none pre-burn. We'll do the primaries post-burn. RCS interconnect is none. Down mode options, 2 ohms to 1 ohms. For the left and right ohms helium reg test, we'll have the A's in GPC and the B's in hard open. The minus X RCS burns is NA, fill-ins NA, non-critical burn, and no other notes. How copy?
That's a good readback, and we're going to request that you initiate the maneuver on the Alpha DAP at MET 3 hours, 20 minutes.
Alpha DAP at 3:20, we'll put that in work.
Thank you.
So Capcom Stan Love there talking with the crew of Atlantis as they get ready to conduct this course correction burn coming up in a little bit less than 22 minutes. Once again, this will change Atlantis' velocity by 145 feet per second. Technically, it's 144.7, but we'll call it 145. The maneuver will involve both orbital maneuvering system engines on the tail end of Atlantis. They will fire for 1 minute, 34 seconds. And this will continue to fine-tune Atlantis' flight as it closes in for Sunday's rendezvous and docking with the International Space Station.
Hey, Houston, if you like the attitude, we're ready for the item 27.
We like it. Your go-to maneuver. Atlantis Houston for APCU and OIU. Atlantis Houston for APCU and OIU.
Hey Stan, great to hear from you. Sorry for the delay there, and I'm ready for APCU.
Hey Rex, it's great to hear your voice. In your column at about 3:30, it says on MCC go. On SSP1, you can please take APCU1 converter off, output relay to open, and the OIU power to off as well. You'll get some messages when that happens. Also, we can save a little bit of extra cryo if, when you're complete with that, you go to R1, take payload pry main Charlie to off OFF. And just a friendly reminder, we see all 3 IDPs on GPC1. If you could please move 1 to SM.
Stand by, Stan. Okay, and Stan, we copy payload, pry main C to off, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that can work.
And that's after the APCU and OIU come off. And that was because we have had a good environment check for the MPLM that we can take those off now.
So we copy and we do that in a little mixed order. We just take the pry main C off.
Checking. Okay, no problem with having taken the main C to off first, but go ahead and proceed with the APCU and OIU, please.
Okay, Stan, thanks for backing us up on that one. So understand, we did take pry main C off OFF, and it's okay to just proceed with the APCU actions.
That's correct.
In the flight plan on MCC go SSP1, APCU1 converter off.
That's exactly right, and sorry if our earlier words were confusing.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, things here for Orbit 2 running fairly quiet and smoothly as this team gets things underway for this part of the cruise day. There's a Capcom stand love there on the left-hand side.
And it's the APCU steps are complete.
Thank you.
The crew on board the shuttle getting ready to perform this course correction maneuver in about 7 minutes and 20 seconds. This will change the velocity of the shuttle by 145 feet per second. The maneuver will last for 1 minute 34 seconds. It will involve both orbital maneuvering system engines.
And we see a good config. Thank you.
You can see from the map in the front of the room the International Space Station trailing back behind the shuttle at this point in time and higher. The station is just crossing over parts of California, New Mexico, and Nevada. The shuttle out in front, heading down toward the southeast over parts of Africa. Of course, as we always encourage you to do, but especially during this particular mission, considering it is the final time you'll be able to see the shuttle and the station flying together, we invite you to log on to spaceflight.nasa.gov. The website again is spaceflight.nasa.gov, or you can also go to nasa.gov/shuttle or nasa.gov/station. There is a variety of resources there where you can track the shuttle and the station as they fly overhead. If you have never seen either one of them in the night sky above your hometown, we invite you to do so. It's quite a spectacular sight to see. And if you catch it just right in the hours before docking or in the hours soon after undocking, you can actually see the two spacecraft flying in formation with one another. So once again, the website, spaceflight.nasa.gov. Once you're there, just click on the menu at the top that says real-time data. Once you click on that, there is a sighting opportunities link underneath there, and just click on that and follow the instructions. You will be able to select your home state and then your home city, and then it tells you the times when you can spot the two spacecraft up above you. Some of the passes last upwards of 3 to 4 minutes, so you have a good shot of seeing it, especially the station. Usually it is the brightest object in the night sky besides the moon. So check that out if you have never done that. Less than 4 minutes now until this engine burn by Atlantis' 2 orbital maneuvering system engines on either side of the tail. They will burn for 1 minute, 34 seconds, changing the velocity of the shuttle by 145 feet per second.
Atlantis Houston for the DAP.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Bravo on the DAP, please. And that's because we asked you to maneuver on the Alphas.
Okay, here comes Bravo.
Flight Director Rick LeBrode talking with his guidance and navigation flight controller here inside Mission Control, making sure that Atlantis is in a good configuration for the burn. We're now 1 minute and 25 seconds away from it.
Copy, good config for the burn.
Now just 30 seconds away from the burn. Looks like we're not going to have live video from the shuttle, but we will show you this graphic here and update you as the burn takes place. Once again, it will last for 1 minute 34 seconds. Atlantis will continue to close in on the International Space Station after this burn takes place. Now 10 seconds from the burn. There's the guidance and navigation officer there on the left-hand side in the blue shirt. He is watching over it. The propulsion officer confirms that both orbital maneuvering system engines are burning right now. These 2 orbital maneuvering system engines on either side of Atlantis' tail provide several thousand pounds of thrust each. And they will be used once again toward the end of this mission as Atlantis begins the journey home on re-entry day. But for now, these 2 orbital maneuvering system engines being used to fine-tune Atlantis' flight, change the velocity by 145 feet per second. This will continue to fine-tune Atlantis' approach, setting up for Sunday's rendezvous and docking with the International Space Station. The burns have been completed.
Good burn, no trim required.
Good burn, no trim, thanks.
Everything going according to plan. Capcom Stan Love there talking with the crew of Atlantis. The burn now wrapped up. The next burn will take place in more than 15 hours. Atlantis will continue to adjust its approach to the International Space Station. The two spacecraft will continue to close in on one another. Right now they're almost a world away from each other. The shuttle out over parts of Africa, the station back in daylight over parts of the U.S.
We're ready. Atlantis Houston for the ohms burn procedure, page 9-4.
Go ahead, Stan.
Just a reminder to skip step 5. We'd like to leave the logics and drivers on.
We copy. We'll finish up with the 201 Pro. If you're ready for that, we are ready to go.
We're ready. Atlantis Houston, looking ahead, Fergie's column at 4:15. The Sioux line is not required today.
Music to my ears. Thanks, Stan.
Throughout this mission, you'll hear them refer to a Sioux. This is a Star of Opportunity alignment. Ever since ships have sailed the oceans, they've used the stars to navigate themselves. The shuttle is no different. It's one of the many tools that the shuttle uses to find its way in space. Every now and then the computers on board the shuttle have to be aligned, so they pick out a known star of where it is and then align the computers with it. But Atlantis' guidance is looking good so far, so they can wave that off for the next several hours. As you may have heard in some of the pre-flight briefings before this mission launched, the crew is actually going to be going to bed a little bit later than is typical on a flight day 1, a launch day. The reason for this is because we only have 4 members of this crew as opposed to 6 or 7, so of course there is fewer people. About the same amount of work to go around, so they're going to stay up a little bit longer and get quite a number of tasks accomplished later on today. There you see the entire crew. Rex Walheim on the far left, Doug Hurley, the pilot. Second from the left, Chris Ferguson, the commander of this final mission, and Sandy Magnus, who is going to be very busy over the next several days. She is what they call the load master. She is going to use her organizational skills to make sure that everything gets transferred across the hatches from the shuttle to the station and vice versa. This entire 4-member crew making history earlier today as they lifted off on this final space shuttle mission. Coming up in the next few hours, the crew is going to be setting up the computers on board the space shuttle. They're going to be setting up the shuttle's robotic arm, getting that checked out. They're going to do a survey of the orbital maneuvering systems, pods on either side of the tail. This is typical during the shuttle, just to make sure that all the heat shield and all the tiles in that area of the shuttle are as expected. And then they will head to bed about 4 hours and 42 minutes from now. There you see the sign above our console over here. This is signed over at Space Center Houston. This has been a tradition forever over there.
Looking ahead, we're having you do steps 2, 5, 6, and 12, and of course step 6 is already complete. You're already single G2.
Thanks for the tag up, Stan. Houston, Atlanta for TPIC.
Go ahead for TPIC.
Yes, Dan, hey, I turned it on and the LED came on and I stepped away before the 1 minute check was up, so I didn't see this display cycling, but the initialization was about 10 minutes ago, MET, and right now I saw it go into an alpha check, and right now it says background 25 and counting down.
Copy, checking. And Rex, we'll get back to you in a few minutes on the TPIC. Thanks for the report.
Copy, thanks.
Houston, G2 to G8 in work for Elevon Park.
Copy, we're watching. And steps 4 and 5 only for the G2 to G8, please.
Okay, steps 4 and 5 only. Hey, Houston, if you like that NBAT in step 5 of the G2 to G8, we'll give you the ops 801.
We like the NBAT. Go for the 801.
Hey, Houston, for the G8 to G2, do you need step 1 or can we pick up in step 2?
You're reading our minds, Fergie. It'll be steps 2 and 3 only. And in step 3, please leave MMU2 on.
Okay, copy 2 and 3 only. In step 3, we'll leave MMU2 on, ON.
This is Mission Control Houston here inside the Space Shuttle Flight Control Room. An important tradition continues. Our friends the Sheltons, which live up near the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, always send flowers. They have done this during every Space Shuttle mission since STS-26 back in 1988. Typically they arrive toward the end of the mission, but these flowers have arrived on launch day, so it is a very special thing for the team here in Houston. It would not be a normal NASA Space Shuttle mission without the support of this family. The card this time has a special message for everybody here. As you can see, there's some pink roses there and some yellow roses. The 4 yellow roses indicate the STS-135 crew. The pink roses represent the members of Expedition 28, and the white rose represents those that have lost their lives in the pursuit of spaceflight. But the family writes, what a warm sight, Atlantis. The first orbiter seen in person by the Sheltons during a surprise visit to the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. Every second of this mission is exciting, thrilling, sad, and poignant. The handprints and heartprints of so many touch every surface, every moment. Thank you all for sharing it all, the glory and the unspeakable pain, with a grateful nation, a grateful planet. Godspeed, the Sheltons and the Murphys.
Houston, Atlantis, I'm going to put...
Atlantis, Sandy, you were cut off. Say again, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know I'm finally getting around to doing Block 15 from post-insertion to open up the airlock.
Copy.
The crew on board Atlantis continuing to work through all the steps that they need to get accomplished before they turn in. Their bedtime coming up 4 hours and 27 minutes from now. This checklist that they work through is called the post-insertion checklist. It is fairly lengthy and involved, especially whenever you only have 4 crew members instead of the typical 6 or 7. But you heard Sandy Magnus call down. She's getting the airlock set up. This airlock is going to be used not for a spacewalk, but for the crew to enter the International Space Station. That airlock is attached to the orbiter docking system, and that is the doorway they will use to go on board the space station once they dock on Sunday.
Ops 201 if you're ready.
We're ready for 201. Atlantis Houston with an answer for Rex on TPIC.
Rex is listening. Go ahead.
And we've discussed it with the specialists on the ground. We think that the display cycling that he reported is nominal, and there's no issue with TPIC. Thanks.
Great news. Thanks, Stan.
Atlantis Houston for Elvon Park, the last step. You have our go for Hide Circ Pump 1 to GPC. And correction, that's step 4, Hide Circ Pump 1 to on, ON.
Fantastic. Thanks, Houston.
Atlantis Houston, auto on the DAP, please. And also, you are go to take Hide Circ Pump 1 to GPC.
Okay, here we go. Thanks, Houston.
Atlantis Houston, a couple of cleanup steps from G8 to G2 on 08 and on 014 through 16 when you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead, Stan.
On 08, all 3 MLS to off OFF, please. And on 014, 015, and 016, row echo, all 4 air data circuit breakers to open, please.
Hey, thanks, Houston. You made me go back and look where I missed that, but just see I didn't turn the page on page 4-7. Thanks. Did you have something on the MMUs, did you say?
Checking. Yeah, and Fergie, in step 3 of the G8 to G2, we were asking you to leave MMU2 on. Inco still's pulling some data off of that box.
Okay, that part I got. Thank you.
Houston Atlantis for Block 15, airlock set of Brengrass is complete.
Copy, thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. A special programming note coming up at the top of the hour, 3 p.m. Central Time, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. We will have the Ascent Flight Control Team video replay. This will be video that was taken from here inside Mission Control as Flight Director Richard Jones and his team monitored the launch and ascent of Space Shuttle Atlantis earlier this morning. So once again, the Ascent Flight Control Team video replay will air live here on NASA television at 3 p.m. Central Time, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Throughout this entire mission, we are going to be taking a look back at the entire 135 flights of the Space Shuttle program, taking a look back at the history that was made, some of the more notable flights that were flown, and some of the milestones that each one of those shuttle missions accomplished. It'll be part of our Shuttle Showcase series, and our first one that we're going to air live here on NASA TV right now. We're going to take a look back at STS-1, the very first Space Shuttle mission, the launch of John Young and Bob Crippen, to take a look at how the media saw it, how the public saw it, and exactly what that experience was like back in 1981. So here is today's Shuttle Showcase live on NASA television.
For the thousands coming to view the launch, the troubles began early this morning. The roads leading to the Space Center were jammed hours before the scheduled liftoff. A trip that normally takes 15 minutes took almost 3 hours.
It was the second time around, but there was no feeling of anticlimax around the Cape this morning. The shuttle had become a symbol. Everyone waiting for liftoff had a personal interest in seeing it go up.
Well, I'd like to be an astronaut, but, you know, it takes a lot of courage, and I'd be scared to go up there right now.
Anybody can see it on TV, but I got the chance to be here live, so I really see it live.
And I've seen more launches than anybody else here, and every one is just as exciting, but this means more to me than any other, I think.
It was a carnival, a show that will have one run only. But it was more than that. These people were here because they believe in the shuttle, and they wanted to show it.
A few seconds away from switching to the redundant sense sequencer. T-minus 27 seconds. We have gone for redundant set sequencer start. T-minus 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15, 14, 13, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
That's real good underneath.
Fido says it couldn't be any better. 9,000. 280 knots.
Everything looks real good. 5,290. You're down. 50 feet. 40, 30, 20, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Those here, 10 feet. 5, 4, 3, touchdown. Hit the ball, Skipper. You'll have to take it up to hangar, Joe. We're going to dust it off first. This is the world's greatest all-electric flying machine, I'll tell you that. It was super.
This is Mission Control Houston. The unofficial touchdown time, 2 days, 6 hours, 20 minutes, 52 seconds. And as Columbia's main gear touched the lake bed, the flight director's instructions were prepare for exhilaration.
Shuttle launch and landing was exhilarating back then. It obviously still is today. A live shot on board Space Shuttle Atlantis. Taking a look at Atlantis' robotic arm there. A bit of trivia there. You saw the mission control room that they showed toward the end of that video clip. That very room down the hall from us here right now has become the International Space Station flight control room. That is the room from which that team operates 24 hours a day. So a bit of symmetry there with the first shuttle mission being run out of that particular room, and then 30 years later it is being used to operate the very vehicle, the International Space Station that the shuttle helped build. There's a live look at that team. Emily Nelson and her flight control team on duty right now. They will be preparing for the arrival of Atlantis coming up 2 days from now on Sunday. That rendezvous and docking, of course, we will have live coverage of here on NASA television. As a reminder, coming up at the top of the hour at 3 p.m. Central Time, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, we will have playback of the Ascent flight control team. Flight Director Richard Jones, who is the Ascent flight director, and his team. You'll be able to see the launch from their vantage point as they worked here inside Mission Control. So once again, that replay coming up at 3 p.m. Central Time, 4 p.m. Eastern Time here on NASA television. This is Mission Control Houston as we continue to take a live look inside the Space Shuttle flight control room. Coming up in just a few minutes, we will have the Ascent flight control team video replay. That will begin at the top of the hour. That will last for just a few minutes. After that time, we will return here to Mission Control for our ongoing coverage of the final Space Shuttle mission, STS-135.
Flight Econ.
How are we doing on cabin leak checks?
They're pressurized the cabin, about to pull the probe here. Looks like they're doing it now, so we're working our way through it.
Copy.
Flight GC.
Go.
We had good best source checks. We can give them a sequence 912.
912, thank you.
Cabin pressure integrity checks. We've got a good check, and we're going to be starting to vent it in about 5 minutes.
Copy that, thank you.
Got to go for water spray boiler GN2 supply activation per your checklist.
That's verified.
Okay, thank you.
CDR on clear.
MF1, MF2.
Atlantis Houston, we read you all loud and clear, and we are ready now for updates. The first one is your altimeter setting on page 1-10, and that setting is 29.96.
Okay, Butch, we have 2996.
That's a good read back, Atlantis. The next update is on flipbook, page 2-4.
All right, ready to copy.
All right, your no-com mode boundaries updates are pressed to ATO 104 or 10.5. Your single engine ops 3 109, we're going to leave at 12.3. Press to MECO 104, 14.4. Single engine press 104 will be 17.4.
OTC, Philippe.
Go ahead.
I can use steps 931 through 934. Mech pre-flight by evaluation complete. No mech failures.
Copy that. Thank you.
We're getting close, folks. What I want to do is I want to get the go-no-go from a systems perspective early. And I'll get that done, and then that will allow us to just focus on the weather as we walk in closer. So expect a go-no-go in the next 10 or 15 minutes.
I'd like to say that it's been an honor. Thank you for everything. For representing this fine, magnificent team that is KSC, we thank you. And as I leave this flight room today, turn over my flight crew to you. I ask that you please return them to the good Mother Earth. Godspeed to all. OBCC off the net.
Thank you, my friend. You've done a great job for all these years. Stay with us in spirit, Travis. Okay, any updates to our launch window and or lock stream back hold times today?
No updates, flight. No updates.
All right, very good. And let's see, OTC, TBC, PTC, LPS, MILA, STM, Safety, SPE, LRD, SRO, CDR, and CGLS. We have our final launch window has been selected, and we are going with our preferred time, and that does move our launch window T0 time to 15:26:46 GMT, and that window will close at the same 15:31:19 GMT with a window length of 4 minutes and 33 seconds.
Constraints listed is for our lock pump. The guys are struggling a little bit.
The potential that there would be light precip if we ended up in an RTLS, they've looked at that. Chances of thunder showers are very low, and I believe that's an acceptable risk. We have plenty of energy. We only need one end of the runway on the RTLS. I think we got some sound rationale here to take that waiver on the RTLS.
Flight and FIDO if it's enabled.
So with that, we are clear, working no issues. Your go to launch.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. And Fergie, you heard those words, so we'll get you going here shortly. Good luck, guys.
Mark, T-minus 9 minutes and counting.
TLS auto sequence has been initiated. Improvements you have contributed to on Earth. Have an excellent mission and Godspeed.
Fantastic words, Roberta. Thank you very much. Thank to your team. Thank you, sir.
Okay, CONUS weather, let's keep going. What region of the atmosphere would you say that we need to focus that is going to be on top of the SLF roughly at RTLS time? So we're talking Roughly an hour from now. And if you can use your cursor, that will help.
Okay, stand by. Let me get the video switched.
TLT, OTC, perform APU start. CDR, OTC, reconfigure heaters.
That's in work. That's in work.
DLSs go for ET, LH2 pressurization.
Flight booster, 3 engines ready.
Copy, 3 ready.
Clock will hold at T-minus 31 seconds due to a failure.
FIDO flight, we're holding at 31.
We have a problem on the GOX retract switches.
The run-on set is holding.
And NTDSP, go ahead. Yes, sir, we need guys to go do the...
We're clearing the SPC flight. Okay, GC, go ahead and make sure that we have a good clock coming.
Working on a flight.
All right, and SPE? And NTD, SPE concurs. They satisfied the requirements of GSC 13 pre-plan contingency. I am go.
Okay, I copy. And launch director. Yes, sir, I heard all that and concur. Press on.
On my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. TLSs go for auto sequence start.
The run-on set is counting.
Copy.
25 seconds. 20. 15.
All vents open.
10 seconds.
Copy,
TLSs
Vince.
go for main engine start.
Liftoff confirmed.
Copy, liftoff.
Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Guidance sees a roll. Good roll maneuver.
Copy, good roll.
On PDO.
Atlantis, go at throttle up, no action, DPDT.
Go with throttle off, no action on DPDT.
Yeah, Atlantis, we think it's cabin stretch.
Ecom Fess.
Good Fess. Negative return.
Atlantis, negative return.
Prop, everything was good with ohms assist shutdown.
Single engine ops 3.
Single engine Zaragoza 104.
Atlantis, single engine Zaragoza 104.
Miko confirmed.
Copy, Miko.
Flight FIDO nominal Miko, ohms 1 not required.
Copy, nominal Miko. How about ohms 2 TIG, FIDO? I'll take a preliminary.
37 minutes flight.
Thanks.
ET set.
Copy. Folks, we're going to be in the post-ohms 1 pages.
Flight GNC, the pitch is complete.
Copy that.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, that was a look back at Richard Jones, the Ascent flight director, and his team, taking a look inside the room here, the shuttle flight control room, during those minutes leading up to the launch, including that hold at T-minus 31 seconds and counting on through the main engine cutoff. Back here now, the Orbit 2 team is still on console. This activity here fairly quiet and working along very smoothly. The crew on board the shuttle is going to be checking out the robotic arm coming up here in just a little bit. You see it there on the far right-hand side of the screen, as well as that giant multi-purpose logistics module, the MPLM, that is taking up all the cargo to the International Space Station. That cargo container has 25,478 pounds of material located inside. Right now inside the crew compartment, the crew is getting the onboard computers set up. They're referred to as PGSCs. And it's basically a NASA acronym for a laptop on board, but they've got to get them unstowed, connected up and running. There's several different laptops that the crew uses for a variety of activities, from everything from controlling things on board, getting camera views, and also just checking email. So they'll get that up and running. They're also going to set up the onboard cameras and those connections. And then in a little bit less than 2 hours on the timeline, they should be checking out that robotic arm that we talked about, which you see there on the screen. After that, they will get into their pre-sleep period, basically taking a chance to eat a meal, catch up on some work, and also get ready to head toward bed. Their bedtime coming up in 3 hours and 44 minutes. And of course, tomorrow's going to be a very busy day as they use the orbiter boom sensor system attachment on the end of that robotic arm to check out Atlantis' heat shield. This is Mission Control Houston. As we continue to follow along with the STS-135 mission, there's going to be quite a bit of history made over the next 12 days as Atlantis rendezvous and docks with the International Space Station and also wraps up this final Space Shuttle flight. During this mission, we are also going to be taking a look back at the 135 flights of the Space Shuttle mission, but we're also going to be taking a look forward to NASA's next vehicle, the Orion Multi-Purpose Crew Vehicle. This vehicle is currently being built across the United States. It is designed to go into deep space, maybe one day onto an asteroid, and then eventually on to Mars. So to give you a progress now on its development, we're going to take a look at Orion, The Journey Begins, here on NASA television. Atlantis' flight deck have been turned on. We are in the process of routing that video signal and should be bringing it to you live here in just a few minutes. The crew on board is steadily working through the procedures that they have left toward the end of their day. They're going to be getting all the different laptops on board set up and obviously the camera as you see there. And they'll be performing a checkout of the remote manipulator system or the shuttle's robotic arm coming up in about an hour and a half. And we've got our onboard video now, live onboard Space Shuttle Atlantis. These are the first views of the crews that we're getting. You can see Sandy Magnus there on the far left-hand side. As we talked about before, she's going to be sort of the load master during this flight. She's got quite a bit of responsibility getting all the different payloads and cargo moved across the hatches. There's quite a bit that's going over to the space station and a little bit coming home on board Atlantis. Not only will the crew take care of 25,478 pounds of cargo inside the multi-purpose logistics module, but there's also quite a bit of cargo located on Atlantis' middeck. There's 2,281 pounds, a little more than a ton. So they will move all of that across to the International Space Station, locate the places for it. And then on board the station is 1,564 pounds of cargo that's going to be moved back from the station over to Atlantis' middeck for the ride home toward the end of this mission. This is Mission Control Houston. We're going to keep watching along with the crew of Atlantis on board the flight deck of the shuttle. As you can see, they are steadily converting things over from their launch configuration to the on-orbit operations. There's quite a bit of equipment, such as the computers and other cables and connections that the crew has to take out of storage and open up, get everything up and running. Just like you would here at home, make sure the computers are up and running. They are right on the timeline, according to the flight activities officer here inside Mission Control, if not just a few minutes ahead, which is good news for this crew of 4. Of course, with only 4 people as opposed to typically 6 or 7, there's still the same amount of work that has to be done converting the shuttle over. So the four members of STS-135 busy working on all of these activities. The checkout of Atlantis' robotic arm is due to take place at a mission elapsed time of about 6.5 hours. Right now we're at an MET of 5 hours and 10 minutes, so that will take place a little bit less than an hour and a half from now. This is Mission Control Houston. All things fairly quiet here inside the flight control room. Our NASA photographers have been releasing several images of today's launch from down there at the Kennedy Space Center. If you've not seen them yet, we invite you to visit the NASA website, nasa.gov. There was a fairly dramatic picture that was captured on board the shuttle training aircraft as it flew very close to Atlantis. Close obviously being relative, it was a few miles away, but you get a good shot of the actual shuttle lifting off on a plume of smoke and fire. Looking down on that activity as Atlantis headed toward space. So just go to nasa.gov. It is there on the main page, the right-hand side under STS-135 images. So go check that out if you have not done so. This site here inside the flight control room, a very familiar one to all of you people who follow along with these missions. Throughout this entire STS-135 flight, we will be showing you some of these positions and talking a bit more about what each one of these flight controllers do. Down there at the lower left-hand corner is the GC position. It is right as you walk in the door here to Mission Control. It is the ground control position. They are responsible for all the different networks, all the communications. Not only here inside Mission Control, but also our large communications network, as well as our tracking and data relay satellite system. Those are the satellites way out there in space that allow us to communicate with the shuttle and the space station, among other things like the Hubble Space Telescope. So those guys there have quite a number of responsibilities. They are a key component of this team, as is everyone else. There's also a tradition here, which you can't see on the camera, but the crew patch is always hung beside the GC console anytime the flight is in progress. So the 135 patch is currently sitting there over on that wall near the GC console. This is a tradition that goes all the way back to the beginnings. And then at the end of the flight, once the crew returns, they will have a special ceremony where the flight directors will choose a member of one of the disciplines here inside Mission Control. They will take that placard, that is the crew patch, and move it from one wall to the other one. That is over on the left-hand side of the room that has all the different completed missions. That is considered one of the highest honors that one of these flight controllers can get. There are literally dozens of patches here in this room right now, going all the way back to STS-70, which is one of the first flights that flew in this room. Of course, the STS-134 patch was hung there just a few weeks ago, and there is one spot left for STS-135. Once that patch is moved from one side of the room to the other after the completion of this mission, and of course that will be the last shuttle one done from inside this room. As we mentioned, things fairly quiet now inside Mission Control. They are quiet on board Atlantis as well, although the crew is moving very rapidly through their timeline. The clocks in Mission Control tell us that we're at a mission elapsed time of 5 hours and 28 minutes. Coming up at the 6-hour, 30-minute mark, that is when the robotic arm checkout will occur. As our camera swings from left to right, you see some of the patches there on the wall. Those are the lower two rows. You see STS-124 there going all the way up through 126, 119. There's 125, which is the Hubble mission. There's STS-129, 130 that took up the cupola. Here's one of the more famous pictures that our astronauts ever captured, called Earthrise. That was back on Apollo 8. There you see STS-131, 132. STS-133 right there, the orange and blue patch. Of course, that was the final mission for Discovery. STS-134, the final mission for Endeavour. And you see the hook there already on the wall, getting ready for the 135 patch.
Atlantis Houston, we're a minute and a half to teacher's handover, which will be followed by 10 minutes of RADICOM.
Thanks for the heads up, Houston.
At Houston, Atlantis, the handheld photo card is in the KFX machine. When you get across the teacher's handover, you can come get it if you want.
Copy. We'll take a look.
As we were talking about a few minutes ago, all the different patches here inside the Space Shuttle flight control room, there's been just dozens of flights. We also mentioned that STS-1, the very first Space Shuttle mission, was actually flown out of the room that would later on become the International Space Station room. That patch still hangs in that room. Back in the 1980s and the 1990s, that particular room, which is on the second floor here inside Mission Control, was used for several different Space Shuttle missions. All the different early missions were flown out of that room. That room dates all the way back to Apollo, as well as its sister room, which is upstairs on the third floor. Those rooms were twins of each other. Of course, that room being the very famous one that was used during Apollo 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. That room would also handle a few Space Shuttle missions, the most notable of which would be the Challenger mission that was run from upstairs from this room, but quite a bit of symmetry going on between that room and this one down the hall. Of course, that one running the first mission, STS-1, would later support this enormous million-pound vehicle that the shuttle helped build. But back in those days, computers were not what they are today. The consoles were quite a bit different than they are today. And of course, to switch between flights required quite a bit of manpower to convert all the different computers and the buttons and everything over. These days, we can just load a different software profile into our computers with how we track the flight, so things are a bit easier. But due to the flight rate that was taking place back in the 1980s and the early 1990s, that's why they had the two different rooms in operation. But in the mid-90s, when NASA realized that it needed to upgrade its systems to support the building of the International Space Station, the shuttle team moved down the hall into a new part of Mission Control, which is the room that we have been in since then. All of these different Mission Control rooms have a bit of history in them. Of course, if you've ever been here to the Johnson Space Center, you can almost feel it whenever you walk in these rooms. But for the next 12 days or so, even more history being made as we sit here and watch. There is the pilot of STS-135, Doug Hurley, on board the flight deck of Atlantis. The crew continuing to work through all these different procedures as they get Atlantis set up and ready for on-orbit operations, and also get everything on board ready for Sunday's rendezvous and docking with the International Space Station. Right now, Atlantis is about to make a swing up toward the northeast and head up over parts of Australia. It'll be crossing over into daylight in about 3 minutes and 42 seconds.
Atlantis, Houston, back with you on the flight deck camera.
We copy, Stan, and we are in the middle of Photo TV1. We believe we've got SSV setup complete, if you guys want to verify on your end.
We're checking.
You heard the crew reference SSV just a few minutes ago. That is still sequential video. That basically is just the slow data rate video that we can get from the shuttle during certain operations, particularly tomorrow during the orbiter boom sensor system survey. Depending upon how the shuttle is communicating with the tracking and data relay satellite system, we can either get the video that you see now, or we can get SSV, which is basically, it changes every few seconds. So it's a much slower data rate. But the crew is getting that set up. They're going to test it out with the instrumentation and communications officer here inside Mission Control within the next few minutes.
And Atlantis for SSV, we're configured on the ground and we're seeing good imagery. Thanks for your work.
Hey, great news, Houston. I know I owe you a window report too. Sun's coming up now. We'll get you one shortly.
Copy. We'll be standing by.
Capcom Stan Love there telling the crew of Atlantis that everything is good to go with the SSV.
Houston, Lansing, and putting umbilical well camera imagery downloading and work. Can you check that the camera's powered and ready?
And Rex, we copy, and the camera is on.
Great, thanks.
The crew there talking about the umbilical well camera. This is a camera that's on the underside of Atlantis that was used right after the shuttle reached its main engine cutoff and separated from this external tank. That camera took several dozen pictures of the external tank as it drifted away from Atlantis. Those images will be examined very closely by teams here in Houston to make sure that they don't see any chunks of foam that have come off the tank. Of course, all that data will be combined with tomorrow's activities, the orbiter boom sensor system, which is going to be used to scan in detail Atlantis' heat shield. And all of that is going to be combined with the photos that the Expedition 28 crew is going to gather as Atlantis performs that backflip maneuver right before it docks with the International Space Station on Sunday. This is Mission Control Houston. As we mentioned, we're going to be sort of introducing you to each one of these console positions that is here inside Mission Control. This is the Payload Deploy Retrieval Systems Officer. This person is basically responsible for a lot of the payload activities inside the shuttle's payload bay. They are responsible for the retention latches that hold those payloads in place. They also help operate the shuttle's robotic arm as well as the orbiter boom sensor system. So this position will be a key component of tomorrow's activities as well as the rest of the mission. This PDRS, as we call him, has a colleague down the hall from us, a robotics officer, call sign Robo, down inside the space station flight control room. That person does a similar activity. They work on the station's 58-foot-long robotic arm as well as the Dexter, special purpose dexterous manipulator. But the Payload Deploy Retrieval Systems Officer is going to be responsible for that thing you see right there. That is Atlantis's robotic arm. It's going to be checked out coming up here in just a few minutes. And then, of course, tomorrow it will reach over and grab onto the OBSS and begin the process of scanning Atlantis's heat shield. So we will continue to give you more details about each one of these positions here inside Mission Control. This team here steadily watching over Atlantis's flight. Many of the people here in this room have worked on dozens and dozens and dozens of flights, and of course this one being the final shuttle mission of NASA's Space Shuttle program.
Houston for PCS config.
Go ahead.
Yes, Dan, we're in that procedure, page 5-20. On the spec, the pressure is 14.55, and on the meter, it's about 14.9.
Copy all. Thank you.
Houston, Atlantis, umbilical wheel, TPS camera imagery download is complete.
Copy. Thank you.
Houston for PCS2 config.
Go ahead.
Hey, Sam, we're all complete with that. The only question I would have is on panel L2. It does tell me to check that the O2-N2 controller valve system 1 is closed. I think you want me to take it closed. Is that true?
Yes, please take it closed. Also, when you're done with that, if you could on MO10W, take 14.7 cab reg inlet sys2 to open, and we'll call it complete.
Okay, sys2 to open. Just to confirm, that's contrary to what you told us earlier, right? You just want us to open it now?
And Fergie, it's contrary to what's written in the flight plan. We hope it's what we told you earlier.
Okay, we'll take 14.7 reg sys2 to open.
Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, we're getting a still sequential video from Space Shuttle Atlantis. This is the low data rate video that we get whenever the shuttle is passing out of high data rate range of our KU band antenna system. Right now, Atlantis is heading toward the east, just about to cross the western edge of North America up over Canada. It's going to run parallel to the Canadian and U.S. border for just a couple of minutes and then head down toward the southeast over parts of New England and then out over the Atlantic Ocean, head down over parts of the South Atlantic Ocean and then swing around the southern tip of Africa. The Orbit 2 team is steadily watching over Atlantis' systems. Everything is in tip-top shape on board the shuttle. Things are fairly quiet here inside Mission Control. The crew is going to be checking out the robotic arm coming up in just a few minutes. All that activity being done in advance of tomorrow's activities. The several hour-long orbital boom sensor system survey that will do a very detailed scan of Atlantis' heat shield, the reinforced carbon that makes up the forward portion of the wings and also the nose cap. So they will be scanning back and forth tomorrow, and then the teams here in Houston will immediately begin to take a look at all that data to make sure that Atlantis' heat shield is in good shape.
Houston, Atlantis, if you're ready, we'll put RMS power up and then check out in work.
We're ready.
Here, the crew just a few minutes ago talked about they're going to begin powering up the robotic arm on board Atlantis. You're seeing a good shot of it there, as well as the Raffaello multi-purpose logistics module, the MPLM. This is the large cargo vessel that is taking up quite a number of supplies to the International Space Station. There's actually 3 different ones. There is Raffaello, there's also the Leonardo and the Donatello. There's a good look at the PDRS console here inside Mission Control. That particular position is going to be watching over these systems over the next several minutes as the crew gets ready to power up Atlantis' arm and to test it out, flex it a little bit, make sure that everything is up and running as expected. As we were mentioning, Raffaello is 21 feet long, 15 feet in diameter. It is taking up 25,478 pounds of equipment. All this equipment includes 8 resupply stowage platforms, 2 what are known as intermediate stowage platforms, and 6 resupply stowage racks, and 1 zero stowage rack. All of this is being designed to outfit the International Space Station for up to a year with supplies.
Houston, working smoke detection test.
Roger. Atlantis, Houston for a free hand on the middeck.
Go ahead, Stan.
We sent a test message to the printer. Do you see it?
Checking. Yes, I do have a test message order, lots of pretty colors on it.
Excellent. Next, we are downlinking the umbilical well imagery now. Rex earlier reported that he put the images from the handheld on a card in the KFX. We are not able to see that card. Could you let us know if it's in another computer, or if it is in the KFX, please refeed it?
Stan, that is in the KFX, and it has been reseated.
Thank you, Sandy. We'll take another look. And finally, for the whole crew, you are go for Outlook.
Okay, thanks.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Capcom Stan Love there talking with Sandy Magnus, mission specialist on this final shuttle flight, STS-135. Love was letting her know that the teams here in Houston have begun to downlink the umbilical imagery. As we talked about earlier, this is these are the photos that were taken by a camera mounted on the underside of Atlantis once the external tank, the big giant orange covered gas tank, was jettisoned from Atlantis soon after Atlantis reached orbit and the main engines had cut off. Atlantis basically continued to fly over the top of the tank as it drifted away, and that umbilical well camera started snapping imagery of the tank to take a look at the different foam that surrounds it to make sure that it all fared well and that no large pieces came off during the flight into orbit. All of that will be examined by the ground teams here in Houston to ensure that all is going according to plan and that everything's in good shape. I also gave the crew the go-ahead to sync their laptop computers to receive email from the ground.
Hey, Houston, you have any luck on that card in the KFX machine?
We're waiting to lock up on K-band. We'll let you know.
This is Mission Control Houston. As you can see from our still sequential video, Atlantis heading off into the sunset over the Atlantic Ocean. It is heading down toward the southeast, about to cross over the equator. The crew is still working toward powering up and getting ready to check out the robotic arm that's on Atlantis. Once they do that, they have a couple of more items that they will get taken care of, and then they will head on toward their sleep. Their bedtime coming up a little bit more than 2 hours from now, 2 hours and 1 minute and 6 seconds to be exact. All day tomorrow, it's going to be focused on the orbiter boom sensor system survey, taking a look at the reinforced carbon-carbon and Atlantis' thermal protection system. That will begin at 7:19 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. It should take the majority of the morning to get all of that accomplished. They should be storing away the orbiter boom sensor system around 1:19 p.m. Central Time, so a little bit after lunch. And then on Sunday, that's going to be our docking day to the International Space Station. The docking time right now is scheduled for 10:12 a.m. Central Time, 11:12 a.m. Eastern Time. Of course, we will have live coverage of all of that here on NASA television.
Atlantis, Houston, for the card in the KFX.
Go ahead.
Hey, Sandy, the good news is we can see the whole computer network from down here. The bad news is we still can't see that card in the KFX. We're wondering if you see it on, if you click on My Computer on the KFX machine.
Hang on, we'll check and get back to you.
Thank you.
I'm just looking at the KFX machine, and it's got the found new hardware wizard up there. Do you want me to go through that?
Checking. Rex, yes, please. Would you go through the found new hardware and see if that pulls up the card?
Okay, great.
This is Mission Control Houston. Capcom Stan Love there, continuing to talk with the crew on board Atlantis as they get all the computers and network set up on board the shuttle. Love is talking very closely with the flight activities officer. That's the person at Tyranton Mission Control that helps the crew schedule their day. They get scheduled in 5-minute increments. They also help transfer all the different files back and forth from Mission Control up to the shuttle.
Stan, I tried to install the hardware, but cannot install this hardware for the dialogue.
Copy, checking. Now, Rex, we're going to have to think about that for a few minutes, so we'll get back to you.
Sure, actually, it might have worked. It says found new hardware, PCM-CIA, so it may have gotten it. You might want to take a look again.
Okay, that sounds a little more promising. We'll
With Atlantis flying this STS-135 mission, of course, this will go down in history as one of the more preeminent flights that Atlantis has flown. In another one of our shuttle showcase videos, we're going to take a look back at one of Atlantis' other famous flights, STS-125. That was the final time a space shuttle went up and serviced the Hubble Space Telescope. So here, once again, on NASA television, it's one of our shuttle showcases.
After 4 previous trips to repair and upgrade the Hubble Space Telescope, it was time for the shuttle to make one final service call to install new advanced instruments, batteries, gyros, and insulation on the astronomical icon.
Atlantis Houston for EVA, we have a good aliveness test on RSU-2R. You have a go for RSU-3. Change out.
Following 5 complex spacewalks, Hubble was left virtually brand new and ready for many more years of unprecedented science.
Hubble isn't just a satellite. It's about humanity's quest for knowledge. It's really a sign of the great country that we live in, that we're able to do things like this on a marvelous spaceship like Space Shuttle Atlantis. I want to wish Hubble its own set of adventures, that it may unlock further mysteries of the universe.
So there's a look back at STS-125, the final space shuttle servicing mission to the Hubble Space Telescope, flown by this very same shuttle, Space Shuttle Atlantis, which is now wrapping up the Space Shuttle program.
Houston, RMS, check out and work.
Copy, we're watching.
Atlantis' crew now powering up and checking out Atlantis' robotic arm. This arm is going to be a critical part of the process is tomorrow as it reaches over and grabs onto the orbiter boom sensor system, an attachment that'll go on the end of it. That arm and the OBSS will be used for several hours as the crew checks out Atlantis' heat shield, the reinforced carbon-carbon, and the thermal protection system that protects Atlantis during re-entry. All of that data is going to be analyzed by the teams here in Houston. It will be combined with the photos that the Expedition 28 crew will get right before Atlantis docks with the International Space Station on Sunday. Atlantis will be doing the traditional backflip maneuver, exposing its underside to the Expedition 28 crew so that they can use two different cameras, a 400mm lens and an 800mm lens. All of that will also be combined with the Ascent imagery that was gathered today as Atlantis lifted off the pad at the Kennedy Space Center and headed up into space. And once the mission management team has taken a look at all of that, as well as the debris analysis team, they will feel better about Atlantis' condition and making sure that its thermal protection system is in good shape. This is Mission Control, Houston. Atlantis' arm being maneuvered around and flexed and made sure everything's checking out according to plan. Atlantis flying in the dark now over the southern Atlantic Ocean. It is almost directly to the south of Africa, about to cross up over parts of the Indian Ocean. And then over Australia, we should be hitting daylight a little bit, about 16 and a half minutes from now. All this checkout activity is being done in advance of tomorrow's activities. The majority of the day is going to be spent examining Atlantis' heat shield using this robotic arm with another attachment on the end of it. That attachment is called the Orbiter Boom Sensor System. It looks very similar to the robotic arm, although it doesn't bend. There's no joints in it. So the arm will be used to grab onto the OBSS. It'll be lifted up out of its cradle on the starboard side, the right side of Atlantis' payload bay. And then it will be used to sweep up and down the reinforced carbon-carbon, which is the leading edge part of the wings, the black part. And then it will take a look at the thermal protection system. That survey will begin at 7:19 a.m. Central Time. It should be wrapped up about 6 hours later at 1:19 p.m. Central Time. That is when the OBSS will be berthed back down into its cradle. And the team here also confirming that the umbilical well pictures have been downlinked to the team here in Houston. So engineers will begin to take a look at all of that imagery tonight. This is Mission Control, Houston. If you missed it earlier today, we did show you that the traditional roses have arrived here inside Mission Control. They're a bit earlier than they typically are. Of course, this is the final mission, so that is not a surprise. But the Shelton family up near the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex has sent us these roses during every mission since STS-26. That was the first return to flight mission that was flown by Discovery. That was back in 1988. They sent us a special card this time in addition to the 4 yellow roses that indicate the STS-135 crew. There are 6 pink roses that indicate the Expedition 28 crew, and 1 white rose that signifies those that have lost their lives in the pursuit of human spaceflight. But the card this time talked about the Sheltons. The first time they actually saw a shuttle up close was whenever it was on the back of the 747 aircraft that was carrying Shuttle Atlantis, as it happens, and of course Atlantis flying this final mission now. So they mentioned that. They also congratulated this team on a job well done so far. Talked about the triumph and the tragedies of the Space Shuttle program, and wished everybody here future success in all that they may do, whether it be with NASA or outside of these halls. So as we always do, we thank the Shelton family for their support of NASA and its continuing mission. This is a tradition that we will obviously miss after the shuttle program ends at wheel stop, but of course, we hope that tradition will continue with the Orion program and what comes next. This team here steadily watching along as Atlantis' crew wraps up all the different procedures that they've been taking care of today. They have 1 hour and 27 minutes before they will turn in for the day. They are through the majority of their activities. They did check out Atlantis' robotic arm. All that went according to plan, so that is ready for tomorrow's activities. So they will turn in here in a bit, wrapping up an extremely busy flight day 1 for this 4-member crew. Of course, we'll have the flight day highlights coming up after this crew goes to bed. Those will air basically at the top of every hour, unless we have some other programming we bring you. But that will take place throughout the entire evening while the crew is asleep, up until the point where they will wake up and kick off flight day 2. Make sure you watch as the crew wakes up every morning if you are awake yourself. We may have some special surprises in store for you and the crew as well, with these traditional wake-up calls that have always been done since the beginning of American spaceflight. But our Flight Day 1 highlights will begin at 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Time here on NASA Television.
Atlantis Houston for video downlink.
Go ahead.
Just a reminder on the digital playback that's shown up on the timeline starting in a couple of minutes here for the window 4 video downlink. We'd ask you to please rewind the tape to at least 1 minute before liftoff before you start that downlink.
Okay, thanks for the heads up, Stan.
This is Mission Control Houston. The sun rising on Space Shuttle Atlantis and its robotic arm there, as well as the multi-purpose logistics module, the big cargo carrier that Atlantis is taking up to the space station. Ever since launching this morning, Atlantis has already gone around the world more than 5 times. It is about to begin its 6th orbit. There's Capcom Stan Love there on the far left-hand side. Rick LeBrode, the flight director for Orbit 2, there at the top right-hand side. Stan Love is subbing in for Megan MacArthur. She's going to be the Capcom for Orbit 2 for the remainder of this mission. But it just so happens she was at the launch today. She's on her way back from the Kennedy Space Center, and she will be on console tomorrow.
Houston Atlantis for the playback.
Go ahead.
Yes, Dan, unfortunately the tape is blank for quite a, it's black until partway through Ascent, so I've got it queued up to where it starts up if you guys want me to play it.
Checking.
This is Mission Control, Houston. The crew is going to play back some video. This is what is known as the Window 4 video. This is taken out of the pilot window as Atlantis headed up toward space today.
Okay, X, we'll take what you've got. Thank you.
So we will stand by and see what the crew captured today. This is Mission Control, Houston. Once again, this is the Window 4 video footage that was gathered outside of pilot Doug Hurley's window as Atlantis headed up into space today after lifting off on mission STS-135. Sometimes this video is better than other times. You kind of don't know what you're going to get, but we will continue to watch this as the crew plays it back for us.
Houston Atlantis, Willis setup is complete.
Copy. Atlantis Houston, we have downlinked all the images from the card in the KFX. If you have any more image cards, we'll be happy to take them.
We copy. We'll get one in there later.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, the crew is still playing back the Window 4 video footage. This is a camera that is mounted up above pilot Doug Hurley's head, looking out one of his windows as Atlantis headed up into space. Sometimes we get some very spectacular footage from this camera, other times not. It just sort of depends on the way the sun angle is lit, and as you can see, it's sort of washed out. But we wanted to show you what the crew was playing back while we had it. The imagery folks on the ground here in Houston also take a look at that to make sure that they don't see anything coming off the shuttle or the tank or anything like that at all. But if the video seems to come back to life for us, we will, of course, bring that to you live on the air here on NASA television. As we continue to watch the crew as they played back this Window 4 video footage, we also have an update for you on Sunday's docking time. And of course, this could be updated by a minute or two as Atlantis continues to close in on the International Space Station. But as of right now, our docking time will be Sunday morning at 10:07 a.m. Central Time. That'll be 11:07 a.m. Eastern Time. Of course, we'll have live coverage here on NASA television, but docking on Sunday morning with the International Space Station at 10:07 a.m. Central Time.
Atlantis Houston for Fergie and timeline.
Hey, Stan, 26 seconds on the backup release. Go ahead.
Copy, 26 seconds for the backup release. Per timeline, it's time for the PMC. If you want it, we will set it up.
Hey, Stan, you know what? We polled everybody. I think we're in real good shape here, and we'd rather plow through the timeline. I certainly don't want to deprive anyone from their time, and if the doc wants to do it, we'll be happy to do it, but I don't think we need it.
And surgeon's fine with waiving it, so we will call it off and talk another time.
Great news, thanks. And while we got you, we do have your status check. Sandy's a little busy snapping pictures. We'll get it to you shortly.
Copy.
This is Mission Control, Houston. We're a little more than an hour away from the crew turning in for the evening, wrapping up their first flight day. They will go to bed at 7:59 p.m. Eastern Time. That'll be 6:59 p.m. Central Time. The NASA television video file will air at 7:30 p.m. Central Time, and then Flight Day 1 highlights will begin at 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. At 10 p.m. Central Time, 11 p.m. Eastern Time, we will have the NASA TV special Space Shuttle launching our dreams. This is a special video that our very own John Streeter, a producer here at the Johnson Space Center, put together. If you have not seen it, we invite you to take a look at it. It is quite something to see. Taking a look back at the entire Space Shuttle program and realizing the amount of work and dedication and achievement that has happened during the past 30 years. The crew will wake up at 2:59 a.m. Central Time. This will begin Flight Day 2. As we talked about, the main part of their day is going to be focused on the orbiter boom sensor system survey.
Cuba, Guatemala, Singapore, and Taiwan are not allowing poultry from Minnesota.
This is a different type of strain of influenza. It hasn't caused any illness that we know of in the birds, and we've been monitoring influenza in Minnesota for over 30 years.
If there's no problem, why would countries stop taking our birds? Zimmerman says from his point of view, there have been similar bans before when countries were trying to better compete with the U.S. He blames it on politics.
Avian influenza does not affect the meat at all, so there's really no issue with consumption of the poultry product. It's more of a trade barrier.
Houston, RMS power down is in work, step 1.
Copy.
Houston for RMS.
Go ahead.
Hey, we think we're all done with today's activities. We have the B illuminators on. Is there any other illuminators you would like us to turn on, or would you like us to turn the B illuminators off?
Checking.
Also, while you're thinking about it, we also have the video for the RMS end effector checkout. If you have any KU time, and if anyone is interested, we can send that down as well.
They're checking on that too. Atlantis, for illuminators, we have no constraints on the illuminators. You can turn them all off if you like. And for the video, we think we can take that. We have no requirement for it soon, but if you'd like to send it to us, we'll be happy to watch it.
Okay, yeah, we'll put it in there and push play if you just tell us when to push play. We're going to start working on pre-sleep. I think there was a prospect of maybe climbing into bed a little bit earlier. We may try to shoot for that. I don't know if we'll get there, but we're going to start working pre-sleep.
Okay, we'll be checking to make sure we've got everything done today, and we'll let you know when you can hit play. Atlantis, for end effector video, you can hit play.
Okay, you beat me there. I'll be with you in a second.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're taking a look at some video from the crew of Atlantis. This is basically what is known as the end effector survey. They're basically just taking a look at the very end of the shuttle's robotic systems. You can think of it as sort of the business end of the robotic arm as well as the orbiter boom sensor system. As we've been talking about, both of these will be put to use tomorrow for about 6 hours. Beginning in the 7 o'clock hour, the crew will begin to use the orbiter boom sensor system to sweep up and down Atlantis' thermal protection system, the heat shield. All of that will be downlinked to the team here in Houston to make sure that everything is in tip-top shape and that Atlantis is ready for the rest of the mission. And, of course, the re-entry at the end of it.
And Houston, Lance, we have a new card in the KFX machine if you want to look at it.
Copy, we'll take a look.
If you look closely, you can see the test out of the latches on the end of the shuttle's robotic arm. It's merely 3 cables that basically snap together and grab onto something. A lot of people always ask us exactly how the robotic arm latches onto something, but you saw it happen just there. It's fairly quick, but those 3 snares basically pull across each other and pull taut. And that is how that robotic arm actually does its operations. Back now with a live view of Atlantis and its robotic arm taking a look down at the Earth below. Atlantis right now is in a 192 mile by 139 mile statute mile, that is, orbit. The current altitude 185 miles. The shuttle's crossing out over parts of Canada. It'll be coming down over parts of New England, then out over the South Atlantic Ocean, down over the equator. It'll be heading into nighttime in about 15 minutes.
Go ahead, Sandy.
Okay, I have it all here. I'll start with the CGBA.
We're ready.
Okay, and so what I have here are two cue cards. One's called CGBA unit number 1 and one's called CGBA unit number 2. And I looked on the CGBAs themselves and I couldn't really discern which one was supposed to be 1 and which one is supposed to be 2. So I kind of arbitrarily named them and put the locker location on the cue card so you'll always get a consistent call, although I think you'll be able to tell by the temperatures. But CGBA number 1, we're going to call the one that's in MF71 Echo. And CGBA Unit 2, we're going to call the one that's in MA16 Delta.
Copy.
Okay, for CGBA Unit number 1, checked at an MET of 703, the temperature was 8. For CGBA Unit number 2, which was checked at 702, its temperature was 4, and all looks nominal.
Copy all.
Okay, for the STL, the MET there was 705. Rail 1 was 37.1. Rail 2 was 37.0. Rail 3 was 37.0. And Rail 4 was 36.9.
Copy.
Okay, for the AEMs, those are called out Unit 1, 2, and 3 on the mid-deck stowage plan, so I used that nomenclature. If you want to know what locker configurations, I wrote those on the cue cards, I can call those down. But for Unit number 1, checked at GMT 2235, the water levels left and right were both 1, and everything else looked nominal and okay.
Copy.
Unit number 2 at 2240 GMT, the water level there was also 1 and 1, and everything looked pretty good there as well. Lots of activity.
Copy.
And finally, for unit number 3, checked at 2300 GMT, water level also 1 and 1, and all nominal looking good.
Copy all, Sandy. Thanks.
Houston for pre-sleep.
Go ahead.
Hey, Stan, if Eagles would back us up, or Econ would back us up, we don't think we had a LIO change tonight, if we just confirm that. And we can take a nighttime cryo heater config whenever.
Okay, Fergie, you are correct. There is no LIO change out tonight, and pre-sleep cryo is on A11 and R1. Let me know when someone's at the panel.
Okay, we got someone in both places. Go ahead for A11 first.
Okay, A11, cryo, tank 4, heaters, O2, H2, Alpha, and Bravo. That's 4 switches to off OFF.
Okay, cryo, O2, tank 4, and H2, tank 4, 4 switches to off OFF.
Good copy.
Ready for R2, R1, R2.
R1, it's O2, H2, tank 2, heaters, Alpha and Bravo, 4 switches to off OFF.
Okay, those 8 switches have been moved.
And on R1, O2, H2, manifold, valve, tank 1, 2 switches to closed, talkback closed.
Okay, O2 and H2, manifold valve, tank 1, 2 switches to close, talkback close.
And Fergie, we see a good cryo config, and I was actually supposed to hold that hostage until you gave us a window report.
Yeah, Stan, you were kind of cut out by a cryo alarm there. Could you repeat that? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I was making a joke. We're still happy to take your window report when you're ready to send it down.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. They look fantastic. No, nothing out of the ordinary.
Copy. Good news. Thank you.
This is Mission Control, Houston.
Go for airlock resets.
We are ready for airlock resets when you get there.
Commander Chris Ferguson there telling Capcom Stan Love, giving him a quick window report. They always take a look at all the different windows on the front of the shuttle to make sure there's no what are known as MMOD, micrometeoroid orbital debris hits, basically tiny space junk that could possibly hit the windows. He reports everything looks good on board Atlantis so far. The crew's about 37 minutes away from turning in for the evening. They've had an extremely busy flight day one. Typically, they would have already gone to bed by now, but their bedtime is coming about 2 hours later than typically planned because of the fact that there's only 4 crew members, so there's a little bit more work to be done to be shared among them. But they've made quick work of all of this. They've gotten everything accomplished that they needed to today. If you're just joining us here on NASA television, we did get the Window 4 footage from the crew, but it wasn't really exactly usable. It was all sort of blown out by the sunlight. That video is a bit tricky because obviously the crew on board the shuttle is slightly busy doing other things during the launch up into space, so the camera is sort of just put on autopilot up there. And depending on the sun angle, as the shuttle heads up into space and where the sun is in the sky, sometimes this footage is a little bit more usable than other times. So we couldn't really see much this time, but plenty of other spectacular views of the launch that you'll be able to see during today's flight day highlights, which will begin airing at 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Atlantis heading down toward the southeast, pretty close to Florida, about to head out over parts of the Caribbean, then down toward South America. It'll continue on toward the South Atlantic Ocean. The crew has another 33 minutes to go before they will end their day. There's a few more things they will do to get Atlantis configured for the overnight hours. During this STS-135 flight, of course, we're going to be taking a look back at all the different accomplishments of the Space Shuttle program, paying homage to it, noting all the different achievements that the shuttle has given us over the last 30 years. We will also be taking a look ahead at NASA's next spacecraft, which is already being built across the country. It is called the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle. We call it Orion for short. It will one day take us into deep space, onto asteroids, possibly onto Mars, but one thing is guaranteed, it will take us further than we have ever gone before. We're going to take a look now at a video called Orion, The Journey Begins, to show you the progress on this spacecraft and also introduce you to it. This is Mission Control, Houston. Once again, that is a look at the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle. That will be the next human spacecraft that NASA is currently developing. Its mission is going to be radically different than the Space Shuttle. It will explore deep space. It'll move on toward asteroids and also onto Mars one of these days. If you would like to find out more about that spacecraft, to learn about its development, also see pictures of it, also some of the animation about its future missions, just log on to the NASA website at nasa.gov.
Hey, Houston, you want us to leave MMU-2 powered up?
And for you, we're ready for you to power off MMU-2.
Copy. Houston, anything else for us before we bring down the CRTs?
Checking. And Fergie, we pulled the room, and we got nothing further for you tonight, unless you want to give us a new card in the KFX. We're done with the one that's there. Other than that, it's been a pleasure working with you today, and we wish you a good night's rest and a successful day tomorrow.
Hey, thanks, Dan. We'll double check, make sure we got nothing else to go in the KFX machine, and yeah, we look forward to working with you guys tomorrow as we do for the rest of the mission. It was great working with you this evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
This is Mission Control, Houston. The crew is due to go to bed in about 10 minutes or so, but Capcom Stan Love and Rick LeBrode, the flying director for Orbit 2, and the rest of the team here inside Mission Control saying good night to the crew of Atlantis. After a very busy Flight Day 1 that saw their launch up into space, the crew has been steadily busy over the last several hours getting Atlantis converted over to its orbital configuration, getting everything set up inside the spacecraft on the flight deck, getting all the computers up and running. They also checked out Atlantis' robotic arm that will be used tomorrow to perform the scan of Atlantis' heat shield. The crew stayed up a couple of hours later than they typically would because of the fact that this is a smaller crew. There's 4 people, but still the same amount of work to be done. So they made it a bit of a longer day, but they got everything accomplished right on time. So the crew's official bedtime coming up in 9 minutes and 42 seconds. But the team here in Mission Control has said good night, and they will talk to them in the morning as the crew of Atlantis gets kicked off with Flight Day 2. A couple of programming notes here on NASA television. At 7:30 p.m., 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time, the NASA TV video file will air from headquarters. We will, of course, have that for you here on the public channel. And then coming up at 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, that will be the beginning of our Flight Day highlights. Taking a look back at everything that was on board the shuttle today, as well as that spectacular launch from the Kennedy Space Center. The weather did cooperate with us. Obviously, there were some questions about that. There were some clouds in the area, and it opened up just in time for the launch, and then clouded up once more after Atlantis got up into space. So you will see that launch during today's video file, the Flight Day 1 highlights, which will begin at 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Time here on NASA television. And then at 10 p.m. Central Time, 11 p.m. Eastern Time, we will have the Space Shuttle Launching Our Dreams video. This is a tribute to the Space Shuttle program. It was done by John Streeter, a producer here at the Johnson Space Center who does quite a number of our videos. But this is a fantastic video if you haven't seen it yet. It really puts into context the history of the Space Shuttle program and also the history that we are setting during the next few days during this final mission of STS-135. So once again, that video will air live here on NASA TV at 10 p.m. Central Time, 11 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew is going to wake up at 2:59 a.m. Central Time, right before 3 a.m. Central Time. That'll be at 3:59 a.m. Eastern Time. That will begin Flight Day 2. And just a few hours after that, at 6:04 a.m. Central Time, that is when the orbiter boom sensor system survey attachment will be lifted up out of its cradle on the right-hand side of Atlantis' payload bay. That is the starboard side. And then the crew will get that survey underway shortly thereafter. This is Mission Control, Houston. If you're just joining us, the crew of Atlantis has said good night to the ground team here inside Mission Control. Their official bedtime is not due to begin until about 4 minutes from now, but the activities for today are wrapped up. So they will get into their sleep period, and we'll get ready for a very busy Flight Day 2. Today's official launch time was 10:29 and 4 seconds a.m. Central Time. That's 11:29:04 Eastern. As we were talking about before, the weather did cooperate for just enough minutes for us to get Atlantis up off the pad, although the weather did change very rapidly after that. This is a live shot of pad 39A. As you can see, if we would have had a launch this evening, then it would not have been favorable for us. So Luck was on our side today, but there is pad 39A just being drenched as we talk.
Copy, will do.
But luckily, the STS-135 mission, this final space shuttle flight, now underway. This is Mission Control, Houston. We're at a mission elapsed time of 8 hours and 30 minutes. The end of Flight A1 has officially occurred, with the crew now officially in their sleep period. We're going to take a moment now to show you some information about each one of their backgrounds, their spaceflight experience, but also what led them to become part of this extremely historic flight, STS-135, the final space shuttle mission.
The last flight of the U.S. Space Shuttle is a return visit to the International Space Station for each of the 4 astronauts on board Atlantis. STS-135 is the 3rd station mission for retired U.S. Navy Captain Chris Ferguson.
I was born, raised, and got to spend, all of my grade school and high school years in one place, which was really nice. We had a close-knit community in Northeast Philadelphia.
Ferguson admits being interested in rockets as a kid, but not necessarily in being an astronaut.
It made me want to understand things that are larger than life. And I think that's why I wanted to go fly for the Navy and land on an aircraft carrier.
After high school, Ferguson went downtown to Drexel University for his Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering, while earning his commission through the Navy ROTC program at the University of Pennsylvania. He flew the F-14 Tomcat on deployment aboard the USS Forrestal and attended the Navy's Top Gun Fighter Weapons School. Earned a master's in aeronautical engineering at the Naval Postgraduate School. Served as an F-14 Weapons Separation Project officer, and completed a deployment to the Western Pacific and Persian Gulf aboard the Nimitz, before being selected for the astronaut program in 1998 and getting his chance to follow in the footsteps of the great explorers of the past.
We have a home up there, and we're destined to be up there, and we're destined to go beyond low Earth orbit, and perhaps set up a colony on the moon and go on to Mars.
Ferguson was the pilot on the 2006 shuttle mission that delivered the P3-P4 truss to the International Space Station, and commander of a 2008 supply flight that delivered one of his current crewmates for her long-duration mission. This is the 3rd trip to orbit for Dr. Sandy Magnus, who was born and raised in Belleville, Illinois.
Medium-sized town, a lot of family living in the area. It was really quite a nice place to grow up, very solid, well-grounded community, lots of very nice people, and I enjoyed it. We had St. Louis nearby if you wanted to do big city stuff, but we were yet a smaller town, so we didn't have a lot of the big city issues, and it was a good place to grow up.
As for her interest in becoming an astronaut, she doesn't really know where it came from.
It's something that caught a hold of me when I was in middle school, believe it or not, and I've always liked science and technology and math. It's always been fun to learn how the world works and to see new things and learn new things, and there was something about flying in space that just grabbed a hold of me and didn't let go.
Magnus got her degree in physics at the University of Missouri-Rolla, but discovered engineering while she was there. She finished a master's in electrical engineering at Rolla while she worked for McDonnell Douglas on airplane design and materials, until she left for Georgia Tech to get a Ph.D. from the School of Material Science and Engineering. She was selected for the astronaut program in 1996, ready for another new chapter in her quest to learn new things.
We're finding interesting things about the virulency of some diseases. We're finding interesting things about how materials operate. We're finding interesting things about just fluid dynamics, and all these little pieces of information can be used here on the ground to create things that can help people, or technology that can do new things.
Magnus operated the space station's robot arm during the 2002 shuttle mission that delivered the S1 truss to the space station, and returned in late 2008 to start a 4.5-month tour of duty as a flight engineer on Expedition 18. STS-135 is also the 3rd spaceflight for retired Air Force Colonel Rex Walheim of Northern California, born in Redwood City and raised in San Carlos.
It's a town of about 30,000 people south of San Francisco. It's a great place to grow up, pretty normal middle America, playing sports, Little League, football, and I had a great support structure, a wonderful mother and father that really took good care of me and made sure I was going down the right paths for school and everything.
His interest in the space program grew out of a love of flying, and he got that from his dad.
Well, my father was a B-17 pilot during the World War II era, so he was a pilot and he loved flying, and so he used to take us to air shows, and I think there's something about flying that sometimes runs in the blood, and so that's something that's passed on from my dad to me.
With a bachelor's in mechanical engineering from UC Berkeley, the ROTC student headed straight for Air Force pilot training. But a diagnosis of a heart murmur ended that ambition, and he set his sights on becoming a flight test engineer. After an assignment as a missile warning operations crew commander, Walheim was transferred to the Johnson Space Center in Houston for a tour as a mechanical systems flight controller. He also earned a master's in industrial engineering at the University of Houston, and then on to a management job at Air Force Space Command headquarters. When he was accepted for the flight test engineer course at test pilot school, doctors told him he did not have a heart murmur, so his goal of becoming an astronaut reemerged. Walheim served as a flight test engineer and in management jobs with the F-16 Combined Task Force at Edwards Air Force Base, and then as an Air Force Test Pilot School instructor, before being picked as an astronaut in 1996 and getting the chance to make a lifelong dream come true.
It's important to keep pushing our boundaries, just like the pioneers in the old days pushed the boundaries and went farther west. And we're learning about our Earth, we're learning about how the human body adapts to space, and we're learning all sorts of ways physical activities and biological processes behave in space that are different.
Walheim did 2 spacewalks on the 2002 shuttle mission that installed the center section of the station's integrated truss structure, and 3 more EVAs on the 2008 flight that delivered the Columbus Laboratory module. Marine Colonel Doug Hurley is making his second spaceflight on STS-135. He was born in the small upstate New York town of Endicott and grew up next door in Appalachian.
It was just a wonderful place to grow up. It was a very small town. It was fairly rural. I had a lot of close friends, played sports, downhill skied, did all the things that I think most folks from that part of the country do, and really enjoyed it.
He remembers being interested in spaceflight, but never set himself a goal of becoming an astronaut.
I think it was just a natural progression of things, being interested in engineering, being interested in aviation and space, and it just kind of led me down a path into college and the military, and then in the Marine Corps, flying fighters, and then ultimately as a test pilot, and then to be lucky enough to get to come here.
Hurley went to Tulane on a Navy ROTC scholarship, graduating with a bachelor's in civil engineering. He took his commission in the Marine Corps, completed the basic school and flight school, and made 3 deployments to the Westvic in an F-18 squadron. When his commanding officers encouraged him to do so, Hurley applied to and was accepted at the Navy Test Pilot School. He served in an F-18 test squadron for more than 2 years and became the first Marine to fly the F-18 Super Hornet before being picked to become an astronaut in 2000. Hurley was the pilot on a 2009 shuttle flight that delivered components of the Japanese section of the International Space Station. And he's eager for the start of the next era of human spaceflight that begins after the final wheel stop of the Space Shuttle program.
Let's explore the moon, let's explore an asteroid, let's explore Mars. To me, that is the part of human spaceflight that really is exciting. And just to see what's over that next bend and around that next curve is why I originally got into this business.
This is Mission Control Houston, back now live inside the Space Shuttle Flight Control Room. That was a look at the STS-135 crew, the 4 members of this final Space Shuttle mission. Of course, if you would like to learn more about each one of them, just log on to the NASA website at www.nasa.gov/shuttle, and you can read all about each one of them. In about 20 minutes, the Orbit 3 team will be making their way inside the Space Shuttle Flight Control Room here, and then we'll begin the handover process that will last for about an hour. They'll get an update on the day's activities from their Orbit 2 counterparts, which are here right now. And then after that takes place, Orbit 3 will be in control of the flight. They will be taking a look at tomorrow's timeline for the crew, adjusting it, making sure that everything is on track in terms of the schedule for tomorrow's activities. But so far, everything looks like it will shape up as planned. The crew is going to be waking up at 2:59 a.m. Central Time. That'll be 3:59 a.m. Eastern Time. That will begin Flight Day 2. They will unberth the orbiter boom sensor system at 6:04 a.m. Central Time, 7:04 a.m. Eastern Time. And the actual OBSS survey will begin at 7:19 a.m. Central, 8:19 a.m. Eastern. We'll have a mission status briefing here on NASA television at 1 p.m. Central Time. While that is going on, the OBSS inspection should most likely be wrapping up. They'll be berthing that back into its cradle inside the payload bay. And then for the rest of the afternoon, they're going to be getting ready for Sunday's docking. At 2:24 p.m. Central Time, they're going to be checking out the rendezvous tools. At 2:29, they will install the centerline camera and the orbiter docking system ring. And then they will extend that ring at 2:59 p.m. Central Time, 3:59 p.m. Eastern Time. There will be another briefing here on NASA television. That will take place at 3 p.m. Central Time. That will be the mission management team briefing. They'll have a preliminary update on how things look on board Atlantis, what kind of shape the shuttle is in. And then the crew will go to bed at 6:29 p.m. Central Time. 7:29 p.m. Eastern Time. That will wrap up Flight Day 2. As we told you a little bit ago, today's launch took place at 10:29 a.m. Central Time, 11:29 a.m. Eastern Time. That was a little bit later than had been planned, but it was still within the opening of the plane with the International Space Station, but that is causing some of our times to shift a little bit. Our docking time on Sunday is now at 10:07 a.m. Central Time, 11:07 a.m. Eastern Time. Of course, that could get adjusted a little bit between now and Sunday, but we will keep you updated here on NASA TV as those times get firmed up.
And you have replaced the flight crew?
131 is, you know. They'll end up patching that over to the command net.
And SCO LRD 135.
Virginia, coming together. Yeah.
shuttle launch tonight.
The red ants was everywhere.
We went back, Jack, and said, Coach, I don't care where we stop, it's going to be a
Using camera 4 or camera
This guy here is 4.6.
You can put that picture on your LinkedIn
It's moved to the northeast so well that it's going to be well offshore.
25 was real close. What? 25. That 9? I mean, 20-minute hole. What is it? You got a medium?
So, it's
Get you just a second. Hold on.
Everything else is kind of doing a couple little paper cleanups, but we're good over here. Everything's buttoned up, everybody's cleared back, and we're just participating in the weather discussion. And we're good on the launch side, so we're just listening to the SMG, I guess, trying to get their forecast. Yeah, so we're listening to CJ, and he's
Captain,
he's
that little
he's
area
not
of
seeing
concern
much.
That's what I wanted. No, I just wanted to get your updated launch weather forecast. So you're green. Copy.
Let me know if I got a call.
Flight override. So you know. It's all about risk, unless you think there's a safety risk. I don't think it's all about risk management. That's all we're talking about. And you understand?
They're expecting
They're ready.
They're ready to go.
Okay, guys, let's get ready.
We're getting there.
Bob, let's get ready. You want to go? Go.
All the way down.
Copy that. Atlantis Launch Director, air to ground 1. Okay, Fergie, we're starting to feel pretty good down here on the ground about this one today, so on behalf of the greatest team in the world, good luck to you and your crew on the final flight of this true American icon. And so for the final time, Fergie, Doug, Sandy, and Rex, good luck, Godspeed, and have a little fun up there.
Their dedication, not only for our expanded knowledge of the universe, but the instruments you have contributed to on Earth. Have an excellent mission and Godspeed.
Good job, Bert. Almost teared up. Almost. This is hard. Stay to launch the shuttle. Cool. Engine.
No birds, Mike.
Thank you.
Back, we're good.
Howdy.
Oh, it's
One more time.
Yes, sir. Both good.
All three engines up and burning. 2, 1.
Look at the shadow. Set. Right after set.
It's an AST.
Let's go launch that. Let's go launch. Launch Director 23.
232.
What is Fryers doing? Purple.
One last time to shine, man. You couldn't have done it better. I was real proud of you, Mike. One more time.
Terrific, man. I just, words can't express the pride that I have in all of you and the gratitude that I have for the job that you do. This is the most outstanding group of professionals, the most dedicated launch team of technicians and engineers anywhere in the world. And the United States owes you a deep debt of thanks. And I want to thank you for your service to our country. Thank you for your service to NASA and the Kennedy Space Center, to the shuttle program, and most of all, thank you for this outstanding ride that we have had for the last 30 years.
From Launch Complex 39 at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, this is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 3 hours and holding. And we're now in the final 5 hours of the countdown for the launch of the last flight of the Space Shuttle program and Space Shuttle Atlantis on STS-135. This is the 135th launch of the Space Shuttle program, the 33rd launch of Space Shuttle Atlantis, its 12th to the International Space Station, and overall the 37th flight to the International Space Station by the Space Shuttle. This is currently planned as a 12-day mission that would have the landing at Kennedy Space Center occurring on July 20th. Here's our commander, Chris Ferguson. He's in the suit-up room. He's having a fit check of his helmet. He's our commander on this flight, and going over to pilot Doug Hurley. This is his second trip into space. He completed his first space flight on STS-127, and he's logged more than 376 hours in space. And here is Mission Specialist number 1, Sandy Magnus. This is her third space flight. She spent more than 4 months in space aboard the International Space Station. She flew on STS-112, logged 11 days in space, and then 4.5 months after being on board the space station as a member of the Expedition 18 crew. This is Rex Walheim. He's our mission specialist number 2. He's making his third space flight. He's spent more than 24 days in space on STS-110 and STS-122, and he's had 5 spacewalks totaling more than 36 hours. And here they come. Crew going down the elevator where they'll be greeted by employees from Kennedy Space Center and members of the news media. This is the same elevator that's been used by the astronauts ever since Apollo. This is Shuttle Launch Control, T-minus 2 hours, 38 minutes, 26 seconds and counting. The Astrovan is now on the pad surface. The crew will be disembarking, and in just about 5 minutes they'll be headed up to the White Room to begin boarding. Our commander, as is customary, will be first aboard. Crew is doing what many of the crews like to do before they go up and board. They like 5 minutes or so to go up on the pad and take a look at Atlantis, pose for some pictures in front of the shuttle before they board. And then head over for the elevator. Commander Chris Ferguson and pilot Doug Hurley will enter the White Room shortly. Our mission specialists, Sandy Magnus and Rex Walheim, will probably wait outside a little bit and take the time to look around, enjoy the view from up there while the commander and pilot board. The flight crew is now in the White Room of the Orbiter Access Arm. Members of the closeout crew are in the white coveralls, and the astronauts, of course, are in the orange pressure suits. The closeout crew will be assisting the astronauts with their helmets and other equipment as they enter the orbiter. And the closeout crew is scheduled to seal the orbiter access hatch at 6:56 a.m., but this can be done up to an hour later if that's really necessary. Joining us right now here in the firing room is Jim Kelly, astronaut Jim Kelly. He was selected by NASA to become a NASA astronaut in 1996, and he was pilot on STS-102 in 2001 and STS-14 in 2005.
And I'll tell you just a little bit about the closeout crew here. The closeout crew has been in existence obviously since the beginning of the shuttle, and they're just an outstanding group of folks. They've been together for a long time. We might not even see him here for a little while, but Travis Thompson's the lead. He's number one. They all have numbers on the back of their gear and on their hats and things like that. And number one is called the OVCC, Orbital Vehicle Closeout Chief. He's been the crew lead, has 28 years on this team. This is an incredibly experienced and dedicated team that gets the people on the orbiter, and Travis is in charge of the whole thing. And not only is he in charge of this one, but he's in charge of the whole closeout crew. We can see here Chris Ferguson getting put into his seat. And the folks that are helping him get in his seat there are the number 2. If you can see the number 2 on him is Randy Brezhnik. He's actually a Marine Corps colonel. He's one of our astronauts. You can see him in the one screen. And Randy is actually getting on there to help out with the communications checks and all those kind of things. But the guy running the operation is Drew Billingsley, who's number 3. And you can see him kind of climbing all over there. Doug has gotten in from the middeck, and you kind of have to go in through the middeck through the hatch, and in the middeck you kind of take a right, about a 90-degree right. You have to go through the ladder access, which normally when you're vertical you'd be climbing the ladder. In this case you're going right, and then you actually crawl on the aft panels, and you can see that Randy's actually standing on the aft panels there as he gets folks ready to get in the vehicle. So we've got things down there that protect the aft panels, certain place where you can stand. Like you notice, for instance, Randy's not standing on the switches. We can't stand there. But it's kind of intricate. You have to weave your way around, and so you come in the hatch, you turn to your right for about 90 degrees, go about 5 feet, you drop down to the aft panels, aft lower panels of the flight deck, and then you climb up on the Mission Specialist 2 seat, and then you have to get yourself up in the pilot or commander seat. So these are the hardest 2 seats to get into, and it's kind of a monkey bar thing. There's a grip up there that they grab with their hands, and then they put their feet up there, and oftentimes you'll see the technicians, either Drew or Randy, helping them get their feet up there and get all situated. And then the critical thing is getting yourself on the parachute correctly. You want to get yourself all the way down in the seat as far as to the seat pan as you can, because the shoulder straps of the parachute can be quite painful if you don't get those a little bit loose. So you want to make sure you're as far down in the seat pan as possible. So you'll see a lot of adjustments here where they're pushing on them and pulling on people and getting them in the right place. And it's kind of a manhandling task. Obviously with the suit weighs a lot. It usually weighs about 50 to 60 pounds. And so they're carrying a lot of extra weight, and it's bulky, and it's hard to get where you want to go. And that's why we have so much extra help in there for these. You can see back in the white room here, you can see Sandy saying goodbye to everybody. Everybody gets pretty close like I talked. These guys are really proud of the job they do. We actually got a nice shot there of number 6 and number 7. Number 6 is the guy that's not USA. He's actually NASA quality. So USA has the contract to do all the operations there in the white room, make sure everything's done right. They're the guys getting all the equipment out of the vehicle. They're the ones taking care of the hatch. They're the ones taking care of all the crew equipment that has to go in. But NASA has their own representative out there. In this case, it's Jack Burrett. He's number 6 on your screen before. 25 years in the space program. He's done 15 launches, and his job is really to check everything else that's being done. He's got the checklist that he looks at, and he watches over and behind and goes after and makes sure that everything that the USA technicians do is absolutely perfect.
So Sandy's in the back on the right, and Rex Walheim is right in the center between the commander and the pilot. Is that his vantage point?
That is correct. Yeah, the center seat, which is actually where Randy's standing right now, he's actually standing on the seat that Rex is going to go into. And what he's doing is he's actually throwing some switches for the pilot and commander, make sure they can reach them, make sure that they're in the correct configuration, because there's a few switches that need to be thrown, as well as checking the caution and warning system before they're done strapping things in.
Take and not perform under the header. Copy.
See out in the white room, that's Chris Menard again, number 5. You got Travis, number 1, and they're just getting Rex in. So hopefully, if things go well today, this will be the last astronaut you'll see climbing into a vehicle to go fly in space on the shuttle. You can see both Doug and Fergie in the front are both completely set up with their gloves. They've got their helmets. They've already done that pressure check I was talking to you about, where they fill up the suit completely and get that all done. You can see Sandy back there is doing her final adjustments. She's getting her microphones, her booms that come off the comm cap all set there. Randy's kind of going up above her now. Once Drew gets done, Drew's responsible for making sure all the connections are good. Once he's done, like I said, everything gets double checked. Then Randy will come by after him. He'll check all those connections, and then he'll ask the astronaut. So he's talking to Sandy right now. He'll be asking her to check all her connections. You know, show me where your harness connection is. Show me where your bladder connections are for your lumbar support. The bladder for the lumbar support. Show me where your green apple is. The green apple is the emergency oxygen that they fly with. And so on their right hip, we've seen it a couple times with Doug. You can see a green apple there, as we call it. If you pull that out, then you get an emergency supply of oxygen that goes into your suit. So Randy is busy talking with Sandy and making sure she can feel all those connections are all set for her. She's all set. and he's doing that.
MS1, this is OTC. I got you loud and clear. Help me. And have you loud and clear as well. Good morning, Sandy. Good morning.
And attention all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the launch status check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
OTC is go.
TBC. Tank and booster go. PTC. PTC is go. LPS. LPS is go. Houston flight.
Houston flight, if you pull me at the end, I would appreciate it. Stand by.
Yes, sir, we'll pull you later. Mila. Mila is go. STM. STM is go. Safety console. Safety console is go. SPE. SPE is go. LRD. LRD is go. SRO. SRO is go. You have a range clear to launch. And CDR. CDR is go. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed with the exception of Flight, who still needs a little bit more time to make his evaluations on RTLS weather.
I copy that. I'll do my poll at this time. KC Chief Processing Engineer, verify no constraints to launch.
No constraints.
Thank you, Steve. KC Safety and Mission Assurance.
Safety and Mission Assurance is go, Mike.
Thank you, Terry. Payload Launch Manager.
Hey, Mike, on behalf of the ISS ground processing team, I want to say thanks to you and the shuttle team. It's been a great partnership, and we are go.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. Range weather.
Launch weather has no constraints for launch.
Thank you, Kathy. Atlantis Flow Director.
On behalf of the Atlantis and KSC Shuttle Processing Team, we are go.
Thank you, Angie. Ops Manager.
See, Mike, waiting to get final go from Flight here. Let's hear what he says, and we'll get back to you.
Copy that. Atlantis Launch Director, Air to Ground 1.
Atlantis, go.
Okay, Fergie, we're starting to feel pretty good down here on the ground about this one today. So on behalf of the greatest team in the world, good luck to you and your crew on the final flight of this true American icon. And so for the final time, Fergie, Doug, Sandy, and Rex, good luck, Godspeed, and have a little fun up there.
Hey, thanks to you and your team, Mike. Until the very end, you all made it look easy. The shuttle's always going to be a reflection of what a great nation can do when it dares to be bold and commits to follow through. We're not ending the journey today, Mike. We're completing a chapter of a journey that will never end. You and the thousands of men and women who gave their hearts, souls, and their lives for the cause of exploration have rewritten history. Let's light this fire one more time, Mike, and witness this great nation at its best. The crew of Atlantis is ready for launch.
Thank you, sir. We'll get you going here in a couple of minutes.
NTD, Houston flight on 212.
Go ahead, Flight.
For the record, I'm go.
NTD copies, and Launch Director, that is our entire launch team, we are ready to proceed at this time.
I copy that. Ops Manager.
Launch Director, Ops Manager on 212.
Yes, sir.
So you discussed it with the MMT and the Flight Director. We are going to take a waiver to the RTLS forecast no-go based on the potential that there will be light precip if we ended up in an RTLS. They've looked at that. Chances of thunder showers are very low, and they believe that's an acceptable risk. We have plenty of energy. We only need one end of the runway on the RTLS. I think we got some sound rationale here to take that waiver on the RTLS forecast being no-go. So with that, we are clear, no working, no issues. Your go to launch.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. And Fergie, you heard those words, so we'll get you going here shortly. Good luck, guys.
Fantastic news. Thanks, Mike.
NTD, with that, you are clear to launch Atlantis.
I copy that, sir. Thank you.
The countdown clock will resume on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark.
T-minus 9 minutes and counting.
TLS auto sequence has been initiated. TLT, OTC, connect essential buses to fuel cells per your checklist.
TLT and work.
TLS is go for orbital access arm retract. Atlantis, this is OTC. This day has been over 30 years in the making. There have been many fabulous missions throughout the years. On behalf of KSC launch teams past and present, we salute the entire astronaut corps for their dedication, not only for our expanded knowledge of the universe, but for the improvements you have contributed to on Earth. Have an excellent mission and Godspeed.
Fantastic words, Roberta. Thank you very much. Great to your team. Thank you, sir.
It's Orbiter Test Conductor Roberta Wyrick from United Space Alliance.
TLT, OTC, perform APU pre-start.
Pre-start, Clark. OTC, TLT, 3 gray talkbacks.
Copy, 3 gray talkbacks. TLT, OTC, perform APU start.
And on.
Flight crew, OTC, close and lock your visors and initiate O2 flow.
That's in work.
T-minus 2 minutes.
GLS is go for ET, LH2 pressurization.
T-minus 40 seconds, handing off to Atlantis' computers at T-minus 31. T-minus 35, 33.
Clock will hold at T-minus 31 seconds due to a failure.
And we have had a failure. Grand Lot sequencer.
We had a problem on the dock's retract switches. NNTDSP. Go ahead. Yes, sir. We need guys to go do the verification per the LCC, please. All right, CMAC.
Yes, CMAC. The LCC says we need to verify using a camera, and we're positioning camera 62 right now.
Okay, let us know as soon as 62 is swung over and you can verify LCC for GVA retract, please.
This is CMAC. We verify retracted.
All right, and STE? And NTD, STE concurs. They satisfy the requirements of GSE 13 pre-plan contingency. I am go. Okay, I copy. And launch director.
Yes, sir. I heard all that and concur. Press on. And GLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
I copy that. Countdown clock will resume on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark.
T-minus.
Go for auto sequence start.
Handoff to Atlantis' computers has occurred. Solid rocket booster nozzle steering check and work.
20.
Firing chain is armed.
15.
Go for main engine start. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. All 3 engines up and burning. 2, 1, 0, and liftoff. The final liftoff of Atlantis on the shoulders of the Space Shuttle. America will continue the dream.
Roger roll, Atlantis. Houston now controlling the flight of Atlantis. The Space Shuttle spreads its wings one final time for the start of a sentimental journey into history. 24 seconds into the flight, roll program complete. Atlantis now heads down, wings level on the proper alignment for its 8.5-minute ride to orbit. 4.5 million pounds of hardware and humans taking aim on the International Space Station. 40 seconds into the flight, the 3 liquid fuel main engines throttling back to 72% of rated performance in the bucket, reducing stress on the shuttle as it goes transonic for the final time. Engines now revving up, standing by for the throttle up call. Atlantis, go at throttle up, no action, DPDT.
Go with throttle up, no action on DPDT.
That call from Capcom Barry Wilmore, a transducer, instrumentation only, no action required. Atlantis now 15 miles in altitude, already 16 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center, 1 minute 40 seconds into the flight. Atlantis flexing its muscles one final time. Atlantis traveling almost 2,600 miles an hour, 21 miles in altitude, 24 miles downrange. Standing by for solid rocket booster separation. Booster officer confirms staging a good solid rocket booster separation. Guidance now converging. The main engine steering the shuttle on a pinpoint path to its preliminary orbit. 2 minutes, 20 seconds into the flight. Atlantis already traveling 3,200 miles an hour, 35 miles in altitude, 50 miles downrange. Eight minutes, 15 seconds into the flight, standing by for main engine cutoff. That'll be followed a few seconds later by the separation of the external fuel tank. Booster officer confirms main engine cutoff. For the last time, the Space Shuttle's main engines have fallen silent as the shuttle slips into the final chapter of a storied 30-year adventure. Now standing by for external tank separation. Atlantis off the tank. Commander Chris Ferguson will be maneuvering Atlantis now into an orientation to enable Sandy Magnus to capture digital still imagery of the external fuel tank as it drifts away.
So OHMS 1 is not required. Your preliminary OHMS 2 TIG, 37 minutes.
37 minutes, no OHMS 1 required, thanks.
Atlantis, Houston, we're back with you after an unexpected extended time off the tail. How do you copy?
Hey, we got you sort of ratty, Houston, but it's legible if you want to go ahead with your tag up.
Okay, hopefully it'll stay with us. Here's what I have for you. Our imagery observations are ongoing, but so far we see nothing that would indicate any concern for the vehicle or success of the mission. We've also taken a quick look at our cryo margins, with H2 being the limiter, and we see about 23 hours of margin, so almost a full day, so there's some good news there. We'll take your window report when you have it, and personally, we want to let you know that it was a beautiful launch, and from where we were, and of course those folks in Florida had a great show, and all of us here are pretty envious of your view as you pop through that cloud deck.
Okay, copy, and if you wanted a bottoms report, we went in at about 20,000 and out about a nanosecond later.
That's what we expected. We are coming to the end of the Ascent team. We're in the process of turning over to your Orbit 2 team, and we twisted Richard's arm, and instead of talking through me, we're going to let him say a few words himself.
Let's see, Fergie, just wanted to say congratulations to you, Chunky, Sandy, and Rex on a spectacular Ascent. As Butch just said, the Ascent team is signing off right now. We just wanted to wish you all of our best, and that we are with you as you accomplish your historic flight. It's been a pleasure.
Hey, Richard, I'll tell you, the honor has been all ours. I mean, we're one of the fortunate few who get a chance to see the world from this perspective. I want to thank you guys, and boy, I'll tell you, I cannot wait to hear the story, both A, coming out of the T-9 hold, and B, at T-31 seconds. I'm sure there were a few folks on the edge of their seats down there. If I could just pass to you and your team, I know we're going to see a few of you for entry. I would like to just kind of, recognize a few folks that have been just key to this program for years and years. The first one being Mark McDonald. I don't think we're going to see him for entry. Tom Arnold, of course, king of the boosters, and Joe Jones. I don't think we're going to see you for entry either. You guys have just been fantastic, and not the least of which, Richard. You guys are all heroes in our mind. You certainly deserve a round of applause, and I'd like you to stand up and take one right now if you could. It's been just a pleasure of a lifetime working with you.
Wow, Fergie, those were great words.
I think I heard one or two people clapping there. That's wonderful.
I may have gotten a couple of claps in here. Fergie, those were awesome words. You guys have a tremendous flight. We will be watching. Thanks, and I'm going to address the team here before we leave.
Godspeed, Richard.
You do the same.
And we've got our onboard video now, live onboard Space Shuttle Atlantis. These are the first views of the crews that we're getting. You can see Sandy Magnus there on the far left-hand side. As we talked about before, she's going to be sort of the load master during this flight. She's got quite a bit of responsibility getting all the different payloads and cargo moved across the hatches. There's quite a bit that's going over to the space station and a little bit coming home on board Atlantis. Not only will the crew take care of 25,478 pounds of cargo inside the multi-purpose logistics module, but there's also quite a bit of cargo located on Atlantis' middeck. There's 2,281 pounds. A little more than a ton. So they will move all of that across to the International Space Station, locate the places for it. And then on board the station is 1,564 pounds of cargo that's going to be moved back from the station over to Atlantis' middeck for the ride home toward the end of this mission. If you look closely, you can see the test out of the latches on the end of the shuttle's robotic arm. It's merely 3 cables that basically snap together and grab onto something. A lot of people always ask us exactly how the robotic arm latches onto something, but you saw it happen just there. It's fairly quick, but those 3 snares basically pull across each other and pull taut. And that is how that robotic arm actually does its operations.
Houston, that's beautiful. This has got to be one of the most proud moments of my life, I guarantee you.